Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. When I was 16, there was this access road behind our high school. It led up to an old municipal water tower. It wasn't technically off limits, but it also wasn't somewhere adults expected you to be after dark, which, of course, made it the perfect place for everyone to hang out. You could see the entire valley from up there, the highway cutting through the trees, the river reflecting the sky, and when storms rolled in, you got front row seats to lightning strikes miles away. That night in early fall, there was a storm building fast. The air felt strange before it had even started, that heavy electric feel. We were used to it, but this was different. It was a pressure that made your ears feel full, and then some. There were 4 of us, me, Tyler, his cousin Jess, and another friend from band. We'd driven up just before sunset and parked near the gravel turnaround. The wind was picking up, and the tower's metal frame creaked every so often, really adding to the experience. We sat on the hood of Tyler's car watching the clouds stack up. At some point, Jess nudged me and pointed up. There was something on the tower's catwalk. It was perched near the railing, completely still. At first, I thought it was a maintenance tarp, or maybe some kind of equipment someone had left up there. The shape was bulky but narrow at the top. Then the shape shifted. It wasn't equipment. It was something that was sitting or hunching abnormally. Something extending out from either side of it, folded tight. Wings. I remember telling myself that it had to be a bird, a crane maybe. We have cranes near the river sometimes, but it wasn't built like one. It was vertical. Before I could ask if anyone else was seeing it, it turned its head towards us. Its eyes were red, and I heard an audible gasp from everyone. They weren't reflective like when you shine a flashlight at an animal. They looked lit from inside. We could see them, even at this distance. We had all seen it at the same time. No one made a joke, we just stared. The wind picked up sharply, and the tower was groaning. I remember thinking how exposed we were just sitting there. Then it stood, slowly, unfolding to its full height. It was at least 7 feet tall, maybe more if you counted the way its shoulders rose above the rest of its body. Its wings were folded tight against its back, not feathered the way you'd expect, more like stretched shapes layered over each other. There was no flapping or sounds, but it stepped up onto the edge of the catwalk railing, balanced, and it dropped straight down. Jess was the first to scream. We all scrambled off the car hood, expecting to hear it crash into the metal ladder or hit the gravel below. But there was no impact. Halfway down, it spread its wings. This motion was smooth, controlled, like it knew exactly how much air it needed. It glided, not toward the trees, but towards us. And the worst part, there was no wing beat, no rush of air. There was no sound at all. It was just a massive silhouette moving against the lightning-lit sky. Tyler was fumbling with his keys, trying to unlock the car. I looked up. It was above us. Not flapping, just hovering slightly forward. Wings stretched wider than I thought was even possible. I could still see the red eyes. I was tripping over myself, just standing in place, waiting for Tyler to get the door. For a second, everything went sideways. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, and it was louder than the wind. Finally, Tyler got inside the car. He started it. The engine roared, the lights blared. I looked above. There was no swooping. It was gone. Disappeared entirely. Tyler had to drag me into the car as I remained fixated on whatever could be above us. All four of us were silent on the drive home. We didn't agree not to talk about it or anything. It was just that none of us seemed to have the words. The storm hit full force about 10 minutes later. 2 weeks after that night, a semi-truck jackknifed on the highway, right below the tower during another storm. It caused a pile-up that shut down traffic for hours. I'm not saying it was connected, but I will say this. The accident happened in nearly the exact same spot where we'd been watching lightning strike that night. And it was during another electrical storm. We didn't tell our parents what we saw. Not exactly. I already knew that my parents would say that it was a crane caught in strange lighting. It's hard to say what the police would do. I'm not from the time when all of these sightings originated. But I've grown up in the place that's said to be the epicenter of it all. And though I've never really indulged the stories, there's no way I believed that what we saw was some large bird. Cranes don't perch upright like that for long stretches. Their eyes certainly don't glow. They don't watch you like that. That's the part I can't shake. The eyes. What does that? This thing wasn't even startled when we noticed it, I don't think. Anyone with good sense probably would never go back there again, but I definitely went back there again. Part of me wanted to see it again, just to prove myself not crazy. Having 3 witnesses helps, but it really doesn't. I still drive by that thing, sometimes, mainly in the daytime. It looks so small and harmless and rusted. But at nighttime, it's just a whole different feel. My uncle's hunting cabin sits miles past the last paved road. There's no cell service or neighbors, just dense woods, a narrow dirt trail that disappears under snow by November. We've gone every Thanksgiving since I was little. It's one of those traditions that feels safe because it's always been there. But a few years ago, it was different. There had already been 2 hunters reported missing in the county before we drove up. It made local news for about a day. Presumed exposure, they said. Early cold snap, sudden storm systems. Everyone talked about it once and then moved on. The second night at the cabin, though, the temperature dropped hard. You could hear the wood in the walls popping from the cold. The wind didn't howl, it just pressed against the structure steadily like a weight. After dinner, the adults started drinking and playing cards. Being 17 at the time, I tended to hang out with my cousins. We stepped outside to grab more firewood from the stack near the tree line. I remember it was so quiet. It wasn't really peaceful, just muted. No wind through branches or animal movement. It was like everything, including the trees, was holding its breath. Then, clear as day, we heard it. Help. It came from somewhere beyond the clearing. Thin, strained, almost hoarse. We each froze. It sounded exactly like my cousin Kurt. The problem was Kurt was standing right next to me, holding an armful of logs. He went pale. We didn't say anything to each other, we just listened. A moment passed, and then it came again. Help me. Closer this time. Kurt swallowed so hard I could hear it. He said his name under his breath, as if hearing it out loud would ground him. And then the voice responded, not exactly mimicking him, but adjusting. The tone shifted slightly, becoming clearer. The woods in front of us seemed darker than they should have been, even with the porch light behind us. I remember feeling something strange in my stomach. Not fear exactly. It was something sharper, like a hunger. I'd never felt it in my life. And then a thought slid into my head that didn't feel like mine. You should go check it out. It wasn't spoken out loud. It was more like a pressure, a suggestion. Kurt took a step forward. Had he heard the voice too? I grabbed his jacket without thinking, and that's when something moved between the trees. It wasn't charging, it was just stepping. It was thin in a way that looked unfinished. Its arms hung lower than they should have, almost brushing beyond its knees. Whatever this was, it was bright now. I could see it looked like its skin had been pulled over something tightly, like it had grown too quickly inside of it. As we studied this thing, I got to its head, which was tilted slightly. Its mouth was opened. I wouldn't hardly call it a mouth, more just a void. By now, all three of us were holding on to each other. I don't even remember when we had actually reached for one another, but we were close now. And the thing spoke again. Help me. This time, though, it was definitely Kurt's voice, coming from the woods, from the void. I don't know what finally snapped all of us out of it, but one moment we were in some sort of trance, and the next we were running back to the cabin, full speed, no logs in our arms. We told my uncle what we'd seen out there, all of the adults really, but he was the one to grab his rifle and run outside. He swept the tree line with a flashlight. He saw nothing, not even the tracks in the snow. The ground looked untouched. Something tells me that he's seen it before. He searched the property the next morning and even drove the dirt roads for miles. There were no footprints, nothing out of place. But after that night, Kurt barely ate the rest of the weekend. None of us really did. Food tasted like cardboard. When we drove home, I realized that for so long I hadn't stopped thinking about that hunger that I felt standing in that clearing. It wasn't this physical hunger I was used to, it was something deeper. I know that Kurt felt that too, like we were being pulled towards something. I remember it was roughly a week after we'd left that they found part of a hunting pack about 5 miles from the cabin. It belonged to one of those missing men. There were no tracks. It was just the pack, neatly placed at the base of a tree. I've gone back every year since, obviously. It's tradition. But we've never experienced anything quite like that before, or again. But as Kurt says, there's always time if you keep coming back anyway. My grandparents own a small farm in northern Michigan. It's been in our family for forever. They don't farm commercially anymore, but they still keep a few horses and stacks of hay every fall in this old red barn that leans slightly to one side. The loft upstairs was our version of a clubhouse. My cousins and I would drag sleeping bags up there, pretend we were roughing it. In the winter, the wind would whistle through those gaps in the boards, and the snow would drift into the upper vents. Many Decembers ago, during a bad snowstorm, the power went out at the farmhouse. Instead of going in early, we decided to stay in the barn loft with flashlights and a battery radio. It felt like an adventure. Around midnight, the horses started stomping. This wasn't their normal shifting. They weren't restless. This was hard, panicked stomping. We shut the radio off. Something heavy moved outside of the barn. Not hooves. It wasn't a deer. This was a crunch, pause, crunch. Then something thudded against the barn wall. The horses lost it. We crawled to the loft window that faced the pasture. Snow was blowing sideways, but the sky was lit, and you could see something near the fence line. It was upright. What we saw was tall, too tall for a person anyway. Broad shoulders, long arms. Its head definitely wasn't shaped right. Not for a person. Then it moved. And again, not like a person trudging through the snow. It loped, smooth, powerful. It reached the barn door and slammed into it hard enough that we felt it through the floorboards. That's when we heard claws scraping at the wood. We didn't run immediately. We were pretty frozen in place. Then something hit the side of the barn. Then the barn roof above us. Heavy enough to shake dust down into our faces. Something was climbing. We could hear it moving all above us, right over our heads. Then these fingers, they curled over the loft window edge from the outside. My youngest cousin screamed, and we scrambled back as something snarled. It was low and angry. We were saved by headlights sweeping across the pasture. My grandpa's truck. A gunshot cracked through the storm, then another. The weight vanished from the roof. Snow sprayed off the edge as if something had jumped down and ran into the tree line on two legs, just before dropping to all fours. Grandpa swears that it was a black bear in December, in a blizzard. There were no tracks in the morning, just churned snow around the barn. And that was the last time anyone slept in that loft. We grew up near an old iron railroad bridge outside of town. Everyone called it Goatman Bridge, even though there was no official name. Naturally, that's where we hung out. One summer night after a thunderstorm, a group of us biked out there. The river below was swollen and super loud. We dared each other to walk across the bridge beams. Halfway across, the air got different. It was still. Even the frogs stopped. One of my friends said that someone was at the far end of the bridge. We all looked. At first, it looked like there was a tall man standing under the tree line. Then the lightning flashed. And we saw horns. And these weren't small ones. These were long, curved ones. And the legs of the thing, they were bent wrong, like a goat's. Its upper body was broad, human-shaped, but it was covered in dark hair. It took one step forward onto the bridge. The metal of it groaned under its weight, and we bolted. I was last, of course. Halfway across, I heard hooves striking metal behind me. I couldn't believe how unbelievably fast it was. Too fast. The sound vibrated through the beams and through my body. Then a bright flashlight beam cut across the riverbank. Someone shouted. The hoofbeat stopped instantly. I reached the end and looked back. There was nothing there. We don't know who it was that shined the flashlight, but we were grateful. Police came out to the location the next day after we told our parents. They found nothing except for deep scratches in the metal beams, about halfway across. They said it was probably vandalism, that they would have charged us for it if we hadn't turned ourselves in. Well, I haven't personally walked across that bridge since, but I understand how it got its name. Growing up, I lived in a town with a sewer system, kind of like the one from It. Obviously not quite as elaborate or glamorous. The smell is something I'll never forget, but when you're kids looking for privacy, certain allowances are permissible. Me and a few friends would go through one of the bigger tunnels to just hang out and smoke. It led to a large open area, one that was big enough for some folding chairs and a broken table. There were other tunnels leading to other rooms, but we never thought about where they led. It was filthy enough where we were, and trudging through sewer water isn't something on our bucket list. Then my friend Holly brought her boyfriend Steve to our spot. We were 13 or 14 at that point. The next day, he brought a couple of friends, and the boys took over. They wanted to see where the other tunnels went. Smell be damned. One Saturday morning, 5 of us met up with a single flashlight, bags full of snacks like we were going on an extended hike. In reality, several tunnels were too small or flooded to go through, but we found another service tunnel with a little walkway path. We followed that for a bit. Once we got further in, there were tons of directions that we could go and tucked off areas with some kind of service equipment. We were taking a break and eating some snack bars when the flashlight died. We'd been wandering around for close to an hour, and now it was pitch black. There was a brief chaos while blame was being passed around, but eventually we had to actually try to get out. We ended up forming a single file line with Steve in the front and Brady at the end. Everyone held onto the shirt of the person in front of them, while Steve waved his arms and tried not to walk us into a wall. The way we had to move, there was no telling how far we'd gone, or if we were even going in the right direction. Sometimes we'd hit a dead end and have to turn around, so we could have been going in circles and never known it. It felt like we were just going deeper and deeper into the tunnels. We walked through gravel for a while, and most of us were positive we hadn't passed any of that on the way in. But Steve and Holly thought we had. I had no idea how long we'd been walking when Brady yelled. It felt like an hour, but probably less. Brady said a hand had touched his shoulder, and he started pushing past the rest of us. Most of us fell while he ran straight into a wall and busted his nose. There was total chaos for several minutes while we all panicked. We knew it wasn't a joke, but we hoped that he'd imagined it. More than once I thought I'd heard whispering, but that could have been running water or anything. At least that's what I tell myself. When nothing else happened for several minutes, we calmed down enough to find each other and reform our line. We were covered in grime now, so our moods had significantly worsened, and we began to argue. Once again, we were turned around, no clue which way we were going before the chaos. We walked in a random direction for another chunk of time. Now Brady was in front and Steve was in the back, but Holly was the one to scream. She was holding onto the back of my shirt and pulled me down with her as she fell. She thought Steve shoved her, but he swore he hadn't, and we believed him. Even Holly admitted that he hadn't let go of her shirt beforehand, and he was in enough trouble with her as it was. None of us were trying to drag out this experience. Before we could calm down and regroup again, a distant cackling laughter echoed around us. It couldn't have been anyone in our group. It was too far away. That's when the real panic hit. We screamed and ran. I heard the others grunt and groan as they slammed into walls. I somehow avoided smashing my face, but I fell several times, and I could feel open wounds on my knees and palms. I was crying so loud I didn't even notice when I stopped hearing the others. One minute we were all screaming, and the next, I was alone in silence. That was it for me. I sat against a wall and waited to die. I just couldn't move anymore. A long time had passed. I heard more of that cackling laughter, followed by footsteps coming closer and closer, but I was frozen in place. When the footsteps were within a few feet from me, they stopped. I thought someone was standing right in front of me, but everything was just black. I never heard the footsteps leave, but I did hear more whispers. I couldn't make out the words, but there were at least 2 voices. I think they were female, but I can't be sure. To this day, I've never felt terror like that again. I kept hearing things that way for several hours until there were suddenly louder voices, and these were calling my name, and Brady and Holly's. I was so paranoid by then, I thought it was a trap. What kind of trap, I don't even know. I imagined crazed homeless people, ghosts, demons, every horror movie I'd ever seen, including it. And then I saw a light. It was getting closer, and there were 3 actual live people with real lights. It hurt my eyes a lot, but I didn't care. It was light, and they were regular people. It was a search team. Somehow, Steve and our other friend Jamie had stayed together and made it out. They sent help back for the rest of us. They found Holly first. She was closest to the entrance. They didn't find Brady for another half an hour after I was rescued. He had found his way to a closed tunnel that the first search team couldn't even fit through, so they had to send smaller people. Holly and I were dehydrated and in shock, but we were okay to go home. Brady had deep claw marks on his arms and back. He had to go to the ER and was in psychiatric care for several weeks. Holly didn't experience anything weird, but Brady said something attacked him. The doctor said that he must have stumbled into a bobcat's den, but Brady swears it wasn't a cat. He said it latched onto his back at one point, and he reached back to feel something cold and scaly. We didn't try to tell anyone. They would have just said that we were scared kids that freaked out. You'll probably think that too. But we didn't even believe in that kind of stuff. We were terrified of starving to death in the dark. Absolutely. But none of us even considered that there was something else down there too. That shit hit out of nowhere. So yeah, believe it or don't, but fuck sewers. Amon is my grandmother's name. She immigrated to the United States from Mozambique during their Civil War. She was a teenager when she made the move. I'm a third-generation U.S. citizen. My culture is my pride, but my culture is mixed with the American lifestyle, as my children will inherit and embrace the American culture more than I do. It's inevitable, and for better or for worse, I think. When Grandma Amon babysat, she used to entertain me by telling me stories of when she was a girl living back in Pemba. Most of her stories were to emphasize how good we have it in America from what she had growing up. But there was a story she told me only once, swearing on everything holy that it was real. Pemba is a coastal city on the peninsula, and all of the residents living near the water know a secret they keep to themselves. They don't share it in fear of the repercussions that it could have on the community. Grandma Amon knows firsthand how real these legends were. In her town, reports of missing locals were only made known from people talking to one another. Fishermen, even some that didn't go too far from shore, their boats would be found floating adrift, empty. Decomposing fish would still be in their nets on the floor from the day's catch. Other fishermen would find these boats, guide them back into port. Usually by the fishing gear, families could recognize who was gone. Everyone knew what had happened to the unlucky crew. The children thought that what the adults told them were tales to keep them home safe. It was talked about in a way of the Agawi. They resemble America's Bigfoot. Amon's mother forbade her from playing by the water at night, and she would tell Amon stories of her encounters with these monsters. But as Amon's future daughter would to her, she ignored her mother's warnings. She knew about the dangerous animals that lived around her. Venomous snakes and crocodiles were a constant threat that she grew up learning to predict and avoid. When Amon is a teenager, she falls in love with a boy who is about to go off to the war. In an act of romance, he blindfolds Amon and guides her down a rocky path to the edge of a dock where a rowboat with flowers, chocolate, and an oil lantern are sitting, with a bottle of wine the boy had stolen for their occasion. He'd picked a quiet part of the water, away from the reptiles that nested along the long shoreline and the rocks. The boy stables the boat and helps Amon step in. Then, knee to knee, the boy turns the oars, pushing them forward and backward until they're far enough from land not to be spotted, but still close enough to see the dock. The water was calm in the inlet, and the stars shone bright in the sky. They were enjoying their time together, but before the bottle of wine could be popped, they felt the side of the boat get bumped. Both of them hushed down and huddled together in the boat. The bump that they felt vibrate through the old wooden boat wasn't heavy like a crocodile's curious push on the bow. The bump was better said as 2 knocks, then 2 more. The boy attempts to show courage for Amon. He grabs the lantern and slowly, both of them lean their heads over the edge of the boat, with their light source extended over the water. The boy leaned out further with the lantern. It didn't illuminate much of the darkness around them, and even less of the water, but it was enough for them to check for disturbances in the waves. There were no fins, no large ripples parting the water. Wherever the boy moved the light, the water below him was calm. Amon is also following the lit areas with her eyes, but something tells her to look straight down. Just under the surface of the water, closest to the boat, pressed against the side of the boat looking up at her, are 2 pairs of eyes that reflected the lantern's light, like small white crystal balls in the water. They quickly retreated as the lantern grew closer. But in that brief moment that their eyes met, Amon gasped and pulled the boy back into the boat, just as one of the creatures ascended towards them. There was a big splash that sent water spraying into the boat. Not only did it drench the 2 teenagers, but it extinguished the lantern, as well as spilling it over, leaking oil all over the boat. The moon was their only source of light now. The boy scrambled for one of the oars to use as a weapon. They sat close together in the dark and listened to the creature swim around the boat. Neither of them knew exactly what it was. Did they just see one big creature with 4 glowing eyes, or 2 separate creatures? Soon, the water got quiet again. Amon and the boy whisper about what they should do next, hoping whatever was messing with their boat had gotten bored and moved on. They decided to put the oars back into the water and attempt to make it back to the docks. As both of them move back to their seats, the knocking starts again from under the boat. This time, it's a consistent pounding coming from multiple parts of the boat. The boy begins to furiously row against the waves, leaning into each pull with all of his might, trying to get their little boat to move faster. With a violent jerk, one of the oars is torn from the boy's hand. He's almost pulled overboard with it, but manages to let go just before losing his balance. With only 1 oar left to work with, he begins switching from left to right, trying to keep the boat straight, but moving much slower than before. There's nothing Amon can do besides watch the boy as he exhausts himself, fighting the waves. She can feel her feet start sliding forward and realizes that the weight's being shifted to the back of the boat, and the side that she's on is now slowly lifting out of the water. Then, it dropped back into the water with a big splash. If Amon's hands had slipped off the seat that she was holding onto, she would have been sent overboard when the boat was released. The boy gets tossed onto the floor of the boat, hitting his head. He chose to hold onto the oar instead of bracing. For a moment, he's knocked completely unconscious, lying at Amon's feet. She leans down to check on him, but the eruption of more water makes her look back up into the back of the boat. Water was cascading in all directions as 2 human-like arms reach up and into the boat. They were covered in black scales that glistened in the light of the moon. The hands were long and webbed like bat wings. The creature slowly began pulling itself up, climbing over the stern of the boat, or at least attempting to. Its likeness to a human was only by the shape of its upper body. Its features were vastly different. The long waves atop of its head resembled the legs of jellyfish. Its crystal ball eyes were large and very far apart on the creature's face. The front structure of their face, it pushed out like a boomerang, and their mouth opened to reveal rows of sharp teeth. As the monster attempted to pull itself into the boat further, its lower half was exposed, resembling that of an eel. Its eyes and teeth were clearly visible against the night sky, and Amon watched as its hands gripped onto the wooden bench across from her. She then watched the creature look down at the boy. The mouth opened wide, its grin from each side of its face. And then the jaw moved further and further down, widening to grotesque proportions. Out of a panic, Amon screams at the creature, but its attention stays looking down at the boy. The creature attempts to grip the boat further, only its horrific webbed hands seem to be struggling. Amon watches the creature's hands slip from the boat with each grasp, but the boy still passed out. Amon takes the opportunity to grab the second oar. Then, from one end of the boat, she swats at the lantern on the floor, attempting to spread the oil even further, hoping to make it too slippery. The creature uses one of its hands to grab the oar, and that's when Amon realizes that she has to let go of it. But suddenly, she's in control. The oar is released, sending Amon backward onto the boy, where she managed to keep hold of the oar. The water is suddenly loud and filled with a familiar thrashing. Looking out into the water, Amon can see that the creature is now struggling. Something even larger has its grip on the creature, and just before it's dragged under the water, there's an ear-splitting screech, some more thrashing, and then silence. The original threat, the ultimate predator of these very waters, the one that Amon had been taught to fear, had surely just saved her life. Never, in her wildest dreams, did she ever think she'd be so overjoyed to see a giant crocodile. Still absolutely horrified by whatever had just tried to make them their next meal, but deeply grateful to the giant. Shortly after, the boy regained consciousness, but was completely unaware of what had just happened. Amon didn't want to explain, for fear the boy wouldn't believe her, but also, she was in hysterics by then. So, the boy gently grabbed the oar from her and furiously began paddling back towards the dock. Aside from a giant knot on the boy's head, he was otherwise unscathed. Still, Amon couldn't believe the chances. She couldn't believe the whole thing had just in fact happened to her. One moment she was sure her date was about to die, be killed by something unthinkable, and now, on their way safely to shore. My grandmother didn't touch those waters again. She learned a hard lesson, and she urged her own children down the road not to make the same mistakes. Though some of them would, they wouldn't pay the same consequences. My uncle did lose his toe at some point in his youth to a Goliath tigerfish, so there were lessons being learned. I love my culture, I really do, but I don't understand the allure to tempt dangerous waters, especially at night, and maybe it's because I've never had to. But I'm just happy with a swimming hole, a saltwater pool on a sunny day. Possibly my grandma's lessons did in fact work on me. There's something deep inside of me that tells me to stay away from open waters, especially at night. And luckily, it would appear my daughter shares the same fears. New moms already get labeled as tired or hormonal or overwhelmed, and I was all of those things, but I was also right. I knew what I heard that night was strange and real. Our daughter was 3 weeks old. We were staying at my in-laws' place because they insisted that they could help us sleep and recover. Their house sits on 5 acres at the end of a long gravel driveway, with a big field out back and a tree line that swallows whatever light the porch tries to throw at it. The first couple of nights were uneventful, just the usual newborn chaos, cluster feeding, half dreaming, dozing, the weird way every pipe in an unfamiliar house makes a different noise. I kept telling myself that the nighttime panic would pass once my body remembered how to be a person again. Then around 2 a.m., on a Tuesday, while I was half sitting up in bed feeding the baby, I heard a child crying outside. Not an infant. This wasn't that sharp, breathy newborn cry. This was a little older, toddler maybe, wavering, like whoever it was had been crying long enough to be tired, even though I'd just started hearing it. I froze mid-rock. The window next to me was cracked open a few inches because we overheated the room earlier that day. The crying was drifting in through that gap, faint, but obviously a child, outside. I leaned toward the window, holding my breath to listen harder. And for a second I thought, this is the sleep deprivation. This is my brain pretending. So I whispered to my husband, "Wake up, listen. Tell me if you hear that." He sat up, hair sticking straight up. He blinked at me like I was speaking Greek. "Do you hear that?" I repeated, crying outside. He rubbed his face and said, "Honey, there's nobody out there. It's late. You're just..." And right as he said that, the crying got louder. He heard it. I saw the recognition hit his eyes. He wasn't confused anymore. He wasn't humoring me. He heard it. He got out of bed so fast he stumbled. "Where's it coming from?" he asked, already reaching toward the window like he could grab the sound. "I don't know," I said. "But I think I see something by the tree line." And I did. It was this hulking shadow. Clearly not a tree. Not some small animal either. And certainly not a child. Perhaps something large, carrying a child. "Don't go out there," I told him. "Please, don't go." He was already halfway into his jeans. The crying kept drifting, thin and echoing, like it was in the yard but moving, or shifting direction without footsteps. Before he could reach the back door, we heard footsteps in the hallway. It was his parents. They must have heard me panicking. His dad pushed open our door and whispered, "What's wrong? What happened?" My husband said, "Do you hear that? There's a kid outside." They listened. Silence for 3 seconds. Then the crying came again, and it was louder. Right near the tree line, behind the house, closest to it. My mother-in-law ran to a window and put her hand over her mouth. My father-in-law followed and muttered something like, "That's odd." My husband and I shuffled toward the back sliding door, like we were part of one animal, nobody wanting to be the first to stand closest to the glass. The crying had stopped and started in odd intervals, like a recording being played by someone who didn't understand how crying works or how humans breathe. But we were all looking at the same thing. It was this outline of something huge, as in taller than the shed it was standing next to now. It was broad, shoulders really high, like they were attached at the wrong place. A torso that didn't narrow where it should, long arms that looked like they dangled too close to the ground. But it was also completely still. And the crying, it was coming from that shape. My stomach dropped so quickly, that I gripped the back of a chair nearby. My husband whispered, "What the hell is that?" But none of us had words big enough or small enough or sane enough to answer. "We're calling the police," my father-in-law said. "Right now. It could be someone messing around or somebody hurt, but nobody goes out there." My mother-in-law was already dialing, telling dispatch that we heard a child crying in a large figure near the woods. She didn't even try to describe it. Just said a person or an animal or something big. By the time the deputies arrived, lights sweeping across the field, the silhouette was long gone. The crying had stopped the moment we started turning on all of the lights outside. The police searched the property, the woods, the ditch beyond the trees, the shed, the chicken coop, walked the field with flashlights slicing through the grass for hours. And they found nothing, not even footprints or trampled brush. There were no animals large enough to match the height of what we saw. It's just not possible. But there's no evidence that anyone had ever been there, regardless of its size. One deputy came back scratching his head and asked if maybe we heard a fox and saw a weird shadow. But foxes don't stand 8 feet tall at the tree line. And a fox doesn't cry like a toddler, calling for their mom. Not possible. He could see in our faces that this wasn't a fox story. He took our names, told us to lock up for the night, drove away slower than they usually do, I'm sure. We didn't go back to sleep. We moved into the guest room with the baby, shut the door, and listened to every creak that the old house had to offer. Every window felt like a mouth, and every shadow felt alive. I kept thinking, whatever that thing was, I think it knew we had a baby. It wanted our attention. The next morning we packed and we went home early. It was finally time. My in-laws understood. I mean, we all saw the same impossible silhouette at the tree line. So they didn't bother asking if I'd imagined it. Still, what did we see? Years ago, I started dating this girl named Janie. We sat near each other at work, and I basically fell in love with her the day we met. She lived with her brother in a shadier part of town. Her brother worked late nights and was never at their house. The duration of her staying in that house, I only met him once, which was a plus. But he also owned a big, scary, untrained dog. It stayed at the house, named Spud. This dog was intimidating, and not just because it was a pit bull. The first time I spent the night at her house, I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, which was downstairs. When I rounded the corner to hit the second set of steps, there was Spud, standing in a fighting position at the bottom of the stairs, blocking the bathroom, growling intently at me. That was a long night. On the days I'd accompany Janie home from work, she'd get Spud on a leash and we'd take him out for a walk just to get some of that insane energy out. We would take a walk around the neighborhood baseball fields and I'd watch this ridiculously buff animal drag my Janie around. She leans all of her body weight backwards to keep Spud from knocking her off balance as we walk. Each step we take, Spud is up front. His leash is always tight with tension as grass chunks rip up under his massive paws as he lunges and tugs, trying to get every inch. One late night, I'm over watching a movie and Janie needs to take Spud out to go potty before we go upstairs. We bundle up and we go to make a loop around the baseball fields. She and I have done this time to time, plenty of nights. And Janie's been doing it since before we even met. Two objective truths. The area Janie lived in was really bad, like stepping over junkies on the sidewalk, getting to her doorstep. Never see a cop kind of place. But nobody was going to fuck with her seeing this monster jumping and lunging at the end of a leash. We brought a blunt to spark at the park. I stuffed almost a full dub sack in there trying to flex for Janie. I'm not mentioning it to try to flex now, but so you can feel the same thing we were feeling at the time. I mean, this was back in the day where you'd have to call up a local dealer who may or may not have weed to sell, who may or may not want to travel or be available on the day that you run dry. You'll never know the struggle we had to go through for a sack of that sweet Mary Jane. Actually, I guess a lot of people probably still do have to struggle for that, but just not me. Anyway, as we're walking down a small hill approaching the baseball diamond, we're planning on going into the third base dugout to light up. But as we're getting closer, Spud lets out a tremendous bark. The sound shakes my attention, and I look away from Janie, panning straight ahead. There, we both see this guy standing on the other side of the field, near the baseball line. He's barely a silhouette against the dark background of the trees and trails. We're continuing forward, but he remains frozen. Spud's just beginning to settle down as we get into the dugout. With the leash still tightly wrapped around Janie's hand, she asks to spark the blunt, and I hand it to her along with the lighter. I'm still keeping an eye on the guy, frozen in the dark. I don't know why we didn't leave. Again, probably because we had Spud there. But just as Janie puts the blunt up to her lips, the man whistles a couple of high woot-woots. Before there's time to blink, Spud is up and tearing ass out of the fenced-in dugout, taking Janie along with him and heading towards the guy. When she falls, the blunt lands under her and gets dragged into shredded dust as her body is pulled across it. But obviously that's the least of my worries, as I'm watching my girlfriend get ripped from this cage by a monster dog while he's trying to attack a strange man that's been standing in the dark. I got up and threw myself onto her just in time to watch Spud rip the leash again. All the strain that was being put on Janie's hand from the leash finally released with a violent pull that breaks 3 of her fingers. She starts screaming, and all I can do is scream, "Watch out," as Spud closed ground on the man. He remained frozen while this dog rushed at him. I for sure thought that I was about to see this man get ripped to shreds. I'm holding Janie and hollering for Spud to come back, come back. Janie tells me that she's fine, but begs me to please go get Spud. So without hesitation, I run towards 2 things that I'm currently scared of. But as I'm running, I notice that Spud is just sitting calmly in front of this dark silhouette of a man. It's so jarring to see that I stopped running. I was close enough now to where I should be able to see the man, but he's still just a body of darkness. I call out again for Spud, but no reaction from either of them. I hear Janie yelling, "Grab him." So again, I head towards the shit that I'm afraid of. Just as I approach, the man drops his hood. His face was normal, but his eyes were not. This man has pitch black eyes. And sure, they could have been contacts, but his whole dressed-as-death thing with a stone-cold face weren't helping matters either. I said fuck it, and I reach for the leash. As I grabbed it, Spud turns around and bites my fucking arm. I drop the leash instantly, and Spud takes off. Janie is screaming for me to follow him, and she stops mid-sentence and just starts screaming in general. I look up, and Spud is halfway across the field, running full speed, heading in the direction of the woods. But even fucking crazier than that, Death Dude is already gone. Janie has now made it halfway to me, and she's crying and yelling, "What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?" I grab her and I say that we can go after him, but he bit me. And she looks at me and says, "That guy just disappeared. Dis-fucking-peared right in front of us. He vanished. What the fuck?" I calm her down and we decide that we need to get ourselves cleaned up and then look for Spud. When we reach her front door, there's Spud, sitting stoic at the front door, just waiting to get let in. Janie is so relieved, so that part makes me happy. But that dog, I don't know. I know it's a shitty thing to assume an animal is evil and all, but there's something so unsettling about that whole situation. All the way up to him sitting there. I did not trust this dog. Oh, and Janie's my wife now, so we still talk about this situation quite a bit, especially the whole vanishing man part. We still have no goddamn idea how to explain that one. But for curiosity's sake, we'd love to know what other people think. I want to preface this by saying that I know this story is going to upset people, but since it's my story, I think we can all agree that it upsets no one more than me. So here goes. My mom had a rough childhood. A psychologist might suggest her hoarding of animals and things were to compensate for the attachment issues my grandparents ingrained into her character as a child. She exhibited unhealthy coping habits as an adult because her needs weren't met when she was young, and therefore she didn't possess the knowledge within her to be a tentative mother when it was her turn to raise me. She made childish decisions while being manically impulsive and explosive with her emotions. Adult tantrums louder than my kid voice could scream showed me that screaming doesn't fix things. I watched her do that with people at the store, people on the phone, and with me, unable to separate volume from valid points. This personality type often doesn't make a lot of friends, and the ones that she did have had issues of their own that made my mom look great in comparison, or enabled and ignored her behavior because they felt sorry for us. Never being shown real love through loyalty, my mom gravitated towards rescuing abused dogs and cats that she'd find on the streets, or one of her friends' boyfriends needed to get rid of. And that's how we got William. He was a Rottweiler mix that was beaten and starved by the old owner. My naive mom didn't believe her boyfriend could be equally as cruel to her. When they broke up, she kept William. The guy actually just left William with us and never came back. I didn't like that dog. The hostile environment it was raised in made William naturally aggressive. We had a futon that he'd crawl under with my toys. The first time I'd gotten on my hands and knees to retrieve them, he waited under the futon while I got real low and stretched my arm in as far as I could. I had one of my toys in my hand when William attacked me. His teeth sunk into my forearm and almost broke it. His bites were so fast, it was a matter of seconds, but that was enough for William to get my arm real good. Enough that my mom reluctantly had to drive me to the hospital and get stitches. Before we got there, she told me to tell the doctors I was attacked by a neighborhood dog. From what my mom told me about William, he'd been beaten so bad, he had brain damage. It was a deeply saddening situation that my mom had rescued him from, but in her efforts, she'd brought a danger into our home, and I began to think that he was possessed more than brain damage. He wasn't a dumb dog. Most of the time, William was calm and timid, and then like that, he'd snap. His tail would freeze, and he'd start shaking his body like his fur was wet. The shake would last close to 20 seconds, and then William would freeze, start rolling his head in slow, full circles. Most noticeably, the fur would stand different on his body. I only saw him do the shake thing once, but I knew to stay away from William when I saw all the hair look prickly and stuff. The change was subtle, but the things he did in this altered state felt more deliberate. In the morning before school one morning, I was getting ready to leave for the bus. My backpack was missing from where I'd put it. I start rushing around the house looking for my backpack. When I enter my bedroom, the lights are off. I trip over something large laying right inside the doorway of my room. I faceplant and feel my backpack under me. Then William gets a hold of my left leg, starts tugging my leg like a chew rope. The pain is sharp. The receptors in my brain are instantly alarming my body with jolts of pain as William takes bite after bite of my leg. I try pulling away. I even tried slapping his head, but he wouldn't let go. William didn't growl or bark. He didn't snarl. His attack was intentional. Like noise was for intimidation, and he knew I was way beyond afraid of him. My bedroom window faced the street opposite of my front door. I can hear the school bus going from left to right, getting ready to turn down the road in front of my house. William also hears the bus, his ears tilted back, and he drops my leg from his mouth, walks away like nothing happened. The bites weren't hospital level. My jeans were torn and I was bleeding, but only in spots and not profusely. My mom also wasn't home that morning. I knew my only chance to get an adult to look at my injuries would be to get to my bus stop. Grabbing my backpack with me as I got up, it hurt to put a lot of weight on that leg. Somehow, though, I managed to get myself all the way out the door, locking it behind me into my bus, just as it was about to close its doors. The bus driver looked at my pants and then looked at me. It wasn't his job, nor did he have the proper medical equipment available on the bus. We both knew this, and without a word to each other, I took my seat and the bus continued picking up the rest of the children. Once I got to school, I went straight into the nurse's office. This wasn't the first time I'd been attacked by this neighborhood dog. I knew they were getting suspicious of how repetitive these injuries were. They asked if I had a dog at home. I was only allowed to talk about the 3 small dogs we had. Those dogs my mom took everywhere with her. The bite marks on my leg were far too big for dogs those size to inflict. I was never allowed to speak of the dysfunctions inside my home, the physical altercations I'd witnessed between my mom and her boyfriends, her alcoholism. I was brainwashed into having a mindset that it was us against the world. She's all I got, and I was all she had. I had no power over the situation I was in, and I coped the best I could with what I thought was normal. My clothes were dirty, and classmates would bully me about the way I smelled. I couldn't smell myself, so I didn't know what to do. This sad memory I'm mentioning specifically because on the day I decided to teach myself how to use the washer and dryer, I knew from commercials that there were things that you had to put into the washer to make your stuff smell good. We didn't have any of those things in our house. A single box of some generic detergent laid sideways on the closed lid of the washer. It was empty. That empty box smelled how I wished my clothes did. I set the box on the ground and replaced it with a handful of dirty clothes that I'd collected. Stuffing as much as I could into the top loader, I forced the lid back down and pressed start on the washer. Our laundry room was a little room that enters from a door in the kitchen. It felt like the temperature dropped when I turned to leave the laundry room area, and when I did, William was sitting on the other side of the kitchen, blocking the only way out into the rest of the house. His teeth are showing, like he's snarling, but the kitchen's completely quiet. To my right, the kitchen sink turns on full blast. The noise and spray of the mist against my shoulder shocks me. I flinch for a second, and in that blink, William, sitting in the same position, same scary face, is now sitting a few feet closer in the kitchen, off the dining room carpet now, and fully onto the linoleum. An almost crippling wave of anxiety fills my chest. Then, the faucet handle started flipping up and down, turning the water back and forth from on to off, and then back on again. The droplets landing on me were gradually becoming hotter, until it felt how bacon grease did when I'd cook it in the pan. Steam had also started to slowly fill the kitchen where we stood. Its diameter was probably 5 by 12. It was narrow. The floor plan only comfortably allowed one person in there to move freely. I had to divert my attention from William over to the faucet, and when I grabbed the metallic curved handle, it was hot. There was a force moving the faucet handle, though. I felt it move when my palm first grasped it, before pulling. It almost slipped up from my hands. It gave me the terror sensation like a nest of spiders had hatched in between my fingers, but instead, it was something that I couldn't see, pushing and pulling the handle around. When my hand grabbed it, the pressure lightened and increased like it had bumped something and tried again. Then it stopped and I pulled down. It had to be fractions of a second that this all happened. Grab handle, gross feeling, push handle off. I stepped back from the sink and quickly looked down again to see that William had moved a few tiles closer. I'd memorized exactly where he was, and it was only 2 tiles closer at most, but I didn't know how. I didn't know why he was doing this to me. I was cornered with no way out. The house phone, it was behind William, at the end of the kitchen counter. We both stood in the kitchen having a staring contest. As the steam dissipated, it rapidly cooled down again, and the mist that was once burning my skin had turned into an extra layer of cold for me to contend with. William opened his mouth like he was going to yawn, but he didn't close back down. He sat completely still, with his mouth wide open. Warm tears quickly added to the uncomfortable chill I was experiencing. William was easily my size or larger. He definitely outweighed me and outstrengthened me. The light switch to the kitchen is just outside the kitchen on the wall that is shared with the dining room. It makes a snap noise when you move the single panel switch. When the light starts flickering above, I can hear the snapping sound, just like the faucet. It starts turning on and off and on, and the next time that it turned off, the snapping sound stopped and the light stayed off. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life. It was like I was watching what I was seeing from the backseat of a car. I couldn't move. I could only witness what was happening around me like a movie. I was fear-stricken, but a low sound, quiet even in the silence, was able to pull me back into my body and away from the helpless fog. I heard William growl for the first time. It was a deep rumble that was broken up almost like caveman grunts. I screamed and hopped backwards onto the washer. I turned on the small light that only illuminated the laundry room. Anything past that line was completely dark. Along with the stuttered grunts, I could hear the nails on William's paws click on the linoleum. The sound grows until they're just outside the light. I could barely see him with the limited light that reflected off his chest fur, his muzzle that was now shut, and his eyes. There was something wrong with his eyes. There was no doubt in my mind that he could easily reach me from the top of the washer. At any moment, he was capable of dragging me off of the washer and mauling me to death in the kitchen. I honestly believed that that's how I was going to go that night. In my adolescent mind, I thought William was going to eat my whole body, and my mom was going to think I ran away. In a last-ditch effort, I grabbed the empty box of detergent lying beside me, and I hold it in front of my face like a flimsy shield. William stands on his hind legs and puts his front paws onto where I'm laying. He stood above me with the cardboard being the only thing between us. While his drool landed on the box, an odor filled my nose that was unworldly. William smelled like sulfur. It was pungent. My arms held that flimsy box in front of me, while the rest of my body curled up like a shrimp, trying to get as small as possible. Then, he started his vibrating, patterned growls. When they stopped, there wasn't enough will in my body not to stay exactly how I was. My arms were going numb, and my defense slowly lowered, until I could see that William wasn't there anymore. The kitchen lights had turned back on, and my mom standing there, startled to see me on the washer. Both of us noticed at the same time that all of the cupboards in the kitchen have been opened and the drawers pulled out. The sight of all of this opens up a pit in my stomach, like a free fall into paranoia and dread. She scolds me, believing that I had done it, telling me I was going to bend the metal lid of the washer and the landlord was going to kick us out. Trying to tell her about William was only met with transferring the blame to me. I needed to stop messing with that dog. He was abused. I should take him for more walks after school. Now get off the fucking washer and close all this shit up. By then, my clothes were done. I threw them into the dryer afterwards with no idea what setting to turn the dial to. Any setting I would have chosen probably couldn't have dried my shirts and jeans with just one cycle. I found that out when I woke up in the morning. Not only did they not smell like the box I held in front of my face all night, they smelled mildewy. They were damp, and I was cold that day. The night's previous efforts were for nothing, less because my clothes were wet. I went to school that day filled with hate, and I took it out on the first bitch that asked for it. Standing in line waiting to enter my student number, I hear the group behind me snickering. I turn around. I found the girl laughing the loudest. I'd never been in a fight before that moment, but standing in the cafeteria that day, I consciously chose violence. It was clear the other girls hadn't been in a fight either. My punch wasn't lethal. It barely grazed her cheek, but it was enough to give her a little bruise. And I guess more importantly, instead of fighting me back, the girl's eyes just filled with tears. She and her group of friends immediately told on me to the lunchroom teachers, and I was sent to the principal's office, resulting in a 3-day suspension. My mom was furious. Her denial of the environment we lived in was fueled by projections of her qualities as a mom. When we got home, she told me that my new job at home will be to take William out for more walks. She only remembered her side of the conversation. I was forced to walk William. My mom was at home when I was at school, and she made sure that we got out of her hair while she got ready for work that afternoon. The house we lived in was part of an affordable housing program offered by a nonprofit. Our neighbors were degenerates and bums. The park down the street from my house would usually be a no-go by myself, as the south end was typically filled with a homeless community. If a bike went missing in our neighborhood, guarantee you would have found it at the park, next to someone's tent. But no one was ever brave enough to go get theirs back. It was rare that I took William for a walk, and though his incidents rarely happened outside, there were a few notable ones that are worth mentioning. The last one nearly took my life. My mom had unknowingly once grabbed William by his collar and yanked him outside really quick, saying that she thought he was going to throw up on the carpet. She must have seen him do the shaking out of our back window. His hair was straight as needles, and I watched William return to the back door. He had a squirrel, and he drowned it in his water bowl. His eyes pitch black. It was sadistic. He kept the squirrel gently but firmly compressed between his teeth until it was dead. Then he lifted its body out of the water and tossed it to the doormat. I was disgusted. Later, I got a shoebox and buried the squirrel in our flower bed. And then there's the last time that William would do something like this. I took him to the park under the secret hopes that one of those bums did approach me just to see if William would attack them. I thought, if one of these creeps does walk up to me, they deserve it because no adult should be approaching a child like that. None of them did, though. Everyone who saw us stayed away from William. We walked right through the south exit gates of the park without any interactions. On the other side of the park's gate, there is a 10-yard stretch consisting of a large grass patch and a sidewalk before reaching a busy highway. I tried to stay closest to the park's fence on the grassy area, planning to walk the border around towards home. Up to this point, the walk had been completely uneventful, and I'm almost able to enjoy an afternoon sun, one that I'd normally be stuck inside a classroom for. A sudden explosion of energy takes my feet off the ground, and the next thing I know, I'm being dragged towards the busy highway. The leash squeezes my ribs, making it hard to breathe. I'm being pulled so hard that the dirt gets in my mouth every time I try to open it to gasp for air. William is pulling the leash too tightly for me to unloop it. His paws dig into the ground as he uses all of his might to drag us closer to the speeding cars. 2 lanes heading east, 2 lanes heading west. The cars in the lane closest to us can see me being dragged in their direction, and they start honking, trying to switch lanes or pull over. Naturally, the lane closest to the sidewalk begins to slow down, just as William drags us from the grass to the sidewalk and onto the road. The cars in the next lane can't see us. As William clears the first lane of stopped cars, a woman driving a Ford Explorer is rushing to work. She's drinking a cup of hot coffee and glances down to find the cup holder inside her car. The light ahead is green, and there's no way that it was her fault. But in the time it takes for her to find the cup holder and set her coffee into it, William leaps into her lane, dragging me with him. Just as the car hurtles towards us, I feel a sharp tug at my waist. The leash snaps. My body flies sideways, slamming hard onto the sidewalk. I gasp as air fills my lungs for the first time in what feels like minutes. Through blurry eyes, I see William darting across the lanes of speeding traffic. Cars honk and swerve, but William avoids every near miss. He disappeared into the distance, running full tilt until he's out of sight. He never returned. I was laying there shaking, covered in dirt, too stunned to move. A driver who stopped to get out of his car rushes over to me. What happens next I can only remember in bits and pieces. I know the man lifts me by my underarms and carries me further down the sidewalk, setting me on a bus stop bench. An ambulance arrives, causing a traffic jam, and paramedics ask me questions, most of which I can't even answer. Someone retrieves the snapped leash still wrapped around my hips and carefully untangles it. When it catches on the ambulance door, they cut it off of me. I'm not physically injured, but I'm mentally shattered. I cried the entire ambulance ride to the hospital. Instead of going to the ER, they cleaned me up and take me to another part of the building, where I sit in an office filled with a few children's toys. A woman sits across from me, asks me questions. Her voice is soft and kind. I answer honestly, and for the first time, an adult shows interest in what's happening at my house. I feel a guilty weight lift as I realize I can finally tell someone about William and my home life. I wait in the woman's office for what feels like hours. Then I'm surprised when I see my uncle pick me up. When I climb into his truck, my backpack is sitting on the seat, along with a gym bag filled with my clothes. My uncle tells me that I'll be living with him and my aunt for a while, until Mom can get the house cleaned up a bit. He explains it kindly to a child. At their house, they wash my clothes. I sleep on a big couch in the living room. When it becomes clear that my stay is more permanent, my uncle moves his office to the garage and gives me that room as my new bedroom. I've had years of counseling to close the chapters of my childhood, and I'm grateful for the strength and character it's instilled in me. My mom, however, was never able to get a handle on her hoarding or her drinking, and when I was 19, my uncle received a call that authorities had found her deceased in her home after neighbors complained about a smell. So this happened at work the day before I had a 3-day vacation. Now that I'm going back tonight, I've been trying to debunk what happened in any way I can, because I don't really believe in the paranormal. I know it's got to be psychosomatics, that I'm just spooking myself out. But I've been working at this gas station near Raleigh coming up on 4 years. There's a tavern across the street that used to be called Flips, and when I was a kid, it was known to be frequented by an MC of violent bikers. The club was extorting the owner while using the bar after hours as a central meeting spot for a few of their smaller chapters around North Carolina. All their Harleys used to be parked outside when my school bus drove by, and there were always 2 or 3 of the club's members standing outside, smoking and joking in their vests. All the boys thought they were so cool. They would press their faces against the glass and yell about what motorcycle they thought was faster. We'd pass by Flips every day on our way home from school. Then, one afternoon, a bunch of armored or bulletproof trucks, FBI, came into town with a search warrant for the bar. The bikers had no choice but to let the agents enter and look around. Usually when a search warrant is involved, that means your establishment is about to get turned upside down. But the agents knew what they were looking for and didn't waste their time smashing bottles or flipping the billiard tables. As soon as they gained access to the property, the armed agents went straight to the basement door. The door's only line of defense was a combination lock that bolt cutters made quick work of. None of the bikers move as 2 of the agents raise their firearms and begin walking down the stairs into the dark basement. There were no ground-level windows. Besides their flashlights, they were in the pitch black down there. Most of the other agents waited upstairs, making sure that nobody came in or out of the bar. Then, a walkie-talkie chirps. "Yep, we've located it. Round 'em up." There's not much out here in terms of entertainment, so when the 15-16 bikers were hauled from that bar, the whole town was all standing outside gawking like hens, me and my friend included. As they were getting marched out, all of the men either looked completely irate or completely confused. There was no in between. And remember this, because it would all make sense a few days later, when my dad's reading the morning paper. In a nutshell, this biker gang was used to getting raided by agents, but most of the time they were getting raided or harassed by the ATF. The gang had no clue why the FBI was knocking down their door. They weren't faking their confusion. They really didn't know what the agents found in the basement until interrogations started. And that's when each of the men were pulled into separate rooms, accused of murdering 3 backpackers. Their remains, along with their backpacking equipment, were all found in a shallow pit, one that had been dug in the basement of the bar. It was hidden under thin wooden boards and a carpet. With all of the men separated, they weren't able to corroborate stories together. Yet each of them all reacted with aggression, defending their innocence. Not only their innocence, but a prideful assertion that their MC would never target a group of helpless backpackers. Besides the bodies having literally been discovered at their bar, they had no other evidence that they could pin any of the members to these murders with. So eventually, they had to let them all go. The bar remained closed while the investigation continued. After months go by and the FBI brings in someone else for questioning, this time it's the right guy. Come to find out that it was the owner of the bar that had murdered those backpackers. Because the MC had been extorting him, the FBI thought that he was part of the gang. When it somehow came up that they were just extorting him for the bar, the FBI decided to set up another group specifically to investigate this guy. And not only did they link those backpackers to him, they were also able to link him to a few other open cases south of Highway 40. Yeah, apparently the owner of the bar was some sort of serial killer. So that's a thing. Decades pass, and after the deeds passed around to a few optimistic owners, the bar is eventually abandoned, left to decay while nature grows and slowly obstructs its view from the street and from the gas station I work at. Now, last Thursday I was scheduled to work 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. That night, my shift started as typical would be. This gas station is pretty tucked away from the highway. I'll see only a handful of people that night, most of which are just getting gas and don't even come into the store. Generally, to cure my boredom, I'm probably more attentive to the hot food rack than needs to be, but that's why our customers always get the freshest food. And I won't lie or give the name of my actual employer when I admit that I play a lot of games on my phone. The front of the building has 2 giant windows, and as I was leaning on the counter progressing through one of these games, from the corner of my eye, I saw someone walk by on their way towards the door. I quickly raced to wrap up the task that I was doing on my phone to a save point. By the time the customer came in, it took longer than expected, and internally I felt time running before they walked in. When I heard the door chime and automatic doors slide, I was going to have to drop my phone no matter what to greet the customer. But after a few more seconds came and went, I realized the doors hadn't been activated yet. Less than a second after that, I was able to save my game, pocket my phone. Wondering if I was mistaken about seeing someone walk up, I look over to the door, and there is in fact a man standing there. The sight of him made my knees kind of weak because I wasn't expecting it. He was just standing outside the glass doors, staring in, and not at me. His stare was straightforward, like one of those 1,000-yard stares. Again, the front doors are automatic and they slide open when a person's standing in front of them. But in this case, they weren't opening for him. Thinking the 2 glass doors might be stuck or something, I hurried around the cashier's counter to see what I could do. But as I got close to the doors, the chime went off and both doors slid open like normal. Grateful the issue had resolved itself, I started to walk back to the counter, and then I'm like, wait, I'm right here. I should turn around and greet them or something. Say the door doesn't usually do that. I don't know. Anything would have been better than turning my back on them without a word or even a smile. I swing back around holding a smile on my face, and I notice that the man hasn't come inside yet. He's still standing frozen, staring off into nothing. Looked to be in his 30s, brown, shaggy mullet, goatee. He was not dressed for the winter weather, by any means, but he didn't look dirty, malnourished, or hurt. Quite the contrary. He was actually quite good-looking. He was wearing a blue tank top and cargo shorts, with big brown hiking boots. I say welcome to such-and-such gas station, and his expressionless gaze slowly shifts to make eye contact with me. Then he says, "May I come in?" It was such a weird question to ask me. I felt like an old merchantime peddler when I responded something like, of course, what do ye travels require?" This guy walks past me into the store, ignoring my question, and I go back behind the counter with my head held in shame. What do ye travels require? Geez. I never had been smooth with the other gender, but that was a new low that I hadn't felt yet. So I'm organizing cigarette cartons, checking on the hot food, basically doing anything to keep my mind distracted. So I stopped replaying, "What do ye travels require?" over and over in my head. And soon, everything's organized. Not a vape is out of place. Not a hot dog is overcooked. I haven't seen this guy since he entered. The gas station isn't huge. I should be able to see most, if not all, of this guy's head while he's in the aisles. But there's no sign of him. The store is quiet, too, and the doors hadn't reactivated since I was standing there. It all starts to feel really sketchy, really fast. The hairs on my arm stand on end, and a gut feeling tells me to grab the bat from under the counter. We have a small TV next to the register. It cycles through our live security camera feed, and I closely examine them as each one pops up. This guy is nowhere to be found. With the bat firmly in my hand, I had no other choice but to do a few laps around the aisles myself. There were a few blind spots the cameras couldn't pick up. I checked those places first before doing a lap around the shelves. I couldn't believe it. There would have been no way that he could have snuck past me. Certainly not without triggering the front door. That was unless he snuck into the back somehow. I was confident he hadn't exited out the door behind the cashier's table. But there was another back freezer area behind the drinks that someone could possibly get into. That would have taken them sliding the entire milk rack out of its case, then pulling it back manually, while standing completely undetected. It felt absurd, but there were no other places to check. It's a struggle pulling the metal rack out by myself, and the whole time it's loudly clinging as I push it back and forth, and no surprise, the guy wasn't hiding in the freezer. I was in disbelief that I was once again alone in the gas station. I was determined to get to the bottom of it. At around 2 a.m, I locked up the doors of the store and go into the back room behind the counter. It's where the security camera recording equipment is, and the computers. If my manager would have shown up and found the doors locked, I would have lost my job. But this disturbed me enough to take the risk. I'm not a computer whiz by any means, so it took me a few minutes to figure out how to replay the footage from earlier. When I finally do, I'm nervous that I could have messed up the video somehow when I was tinkering with it, because when I finally rolled the footage back far enough, I watched the 6 different recordings from the cameras inside the store and outside, pressing start before I'd put my phone away. None of the angles showed the man coming up to the store. The camera inside that faces the front door shows me walking up to the sliding glass doors and them opening, but I can't understand how it didn't capture the hiker guy in any of the digital files. In every camera angle, it looks like I'm having a conversation with myself. Then, running around the store like a lunatic with a bat. I played the footage back almost endlessly. There was a chilling void where the man had been. My heart was racing as I watched myself approach the doors over and over. I just couldn't believe there was no one there, no trace of the stranger. Had I imagined it all? That didn't feel safe or possible. As I left the gas station that morning, the silence around me was louder than any conversation I'd ever had. The mask of calm that I'd worn all night, it had cracked. The air outside, it was heavy. I remember rushing to my car like I was being followed, trying to shake off the unease and even fumbling for my keys. My glances darted around, looking for any sign of that stranger, any hint that I wasn't as alone as it looked. I took a deep breath and got in my car. I locked the doors, and somehow it made me feel safer. I pulled out of the parking lot, but that unsettling feeling just wouldn't leave. It felt stupid, but I couldn't shake off the thought that I'd be coming back to this place in just a few days. What if he showed up again? What if he was just lurking around? As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror, really expecting to see him just standing there, expressionless like before. But all I saw was darkness. A chill ran down my spine as I turned the corner, knowing I'd have to make my way back to that gas station soon. And now, soon is now. I just really hope that nothing or no one is waiting for me. When I moved into my dorm room freshman year, it was everything that I'd hoped it would be. Small, cramped, but mine, and shared with Madison, who was as bubbly and energetic as her social media profile suggested. She was the kind of person that everybody liked instantly, with her messy blonde bun and oversized band tees that somehow made her look effortlessly cool. We weren't best friends, but we got along. I was the quiet one, and she was the one who made sure that I got out of the room once in a while. Madison's social calendar was always packed. Parties, study groups, hangouts. She didn't stay still. I, on the other hand, spent most nights in, headphones on, trying to focus on coursework. The night it happened, Madison had been out at some frat party. I remember vaguely hearing her mention it to me earlier that day, but I didn't think much of it because I obviously wasn't going. It wasn't unusual for her to come back late, usually with a story that made me laugh over breakfast. Only this time she didn't come back at all. I remember the next morning, our RA knocked on my door, She asked if I'd heard from Madison. My stomach sank. Nobody had heard from her? Hours later, we found out Madison had died in a freak accident off campus. They said that she'd been walking home alone, intoxicated, and stumbled into the street. A car hit her. It was all so sudden. Her side of the room was cleared within a few days. By the end of the week, it was just me and the emptiness where she used to be. And that's when weird stuff started to happen. The first night, I woke up to someone whispering my name. "Emily," the voice said. It was soft but insistent. I sat up. The room was dark still. Madison's bed stripped bare. It loomed like a shadow in the room. I told myself it was just my imagination, grief playing tricks on me. But then it happened again and again. Some nights I'd hear quiet sobbing. Other nights, her laughter. Faint, like it was coming from the hall, but the door was always locked. The worst was the sound of her bed creaking, like someone was shifting their weight on it. Every time I'd turn on the light, but the room was always empty. Sleep started to become impossible. When I did manage to drift off, the dreams came. Horrible, vivid dreams of Madison standing at the foot of my bed, her eyes glassy, her lips moving but nothing coming out. Sometimes her face was distorted, her body limp like a puppet. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, her name on my lips. I finally broke down and called my mom, begging her to talk to the dean about a room change. She was hesitant at first, thinking it was just stress, but I think she heard the fear in my voice, and so she promised to help. But room changes take time, weeks apparently, so I was stuck. One night, in desperation, I decided to Google Madison's name, hoping to find some sort of closure. What I found instead made me sick. A local blog had posted rumors about Madison's death. According to anonymous sources, she hadn't died on the street. She died inside the frat house. Alcohol poisoning. Instead of calling for help, they panicked. They moved her body, dumped it off campus to make it look like she'd been walking home alone. I felt sick. I'm not like a religious person or anything, but the whispers, the crying, it felt like it wasn't just grief. Like Madison wasn't just haunting the room. She was trying to tell me something. I couldn't sleep that night. When the whispers came, I didn't hide under my covers, and I didn't turn on the light. Instead, I sat up and whispered, "I know what they did, and I'm sorry." The room fell silent. The next morning, I reported the blog post to the campus authorities. A few weeks later, after an investigation, the truth finally came out. The frat was shut down, arrests were made, and Madison's family finally got the real story. When I got the call saying that my room change had been approved, I hesitated. The haunting had stopped. Madison was all but gone. The room was just a room again, but with memories. So I decided to stay. The worst summer job I ever had wasn't really the worst job ever, but one isolated incident kept these feelings resonating through the years. When I saw this question, I knew I had to answer. I was a summer camp youth club leader at the YMCA for 1 year. I'd already been working for the Y, but that was the first year they'd asked me to be a camp counselor for 2 weeks in July. Usually it would be my lead that attended these trips, but she was just about to give birth or had just given birth. Either or, I was next in line. It was extra money, and a month before I got that offer, my boyfriend at the time cheated on me with my friend at the time, Carrie Bernadette McLennan. That snake bitch ruined my summer schedule indefinitely. Yet another big incentive to get away for a few weeks. Sure, I'd be watching over some kids, but what's the worst that could happen? The morning arrives and me and the other camp leads are supposed to show up early for an orientation. Then the kids would arrive shortly after. Each lead receives 5 kids for their troop. I wish that I could say I remember all the kids' names that I had in my troop. I know there was a Tabitha because we called her Tabby Cat, but out of the girls I had, the only name I distinctly remember, and will always remember for the rest of my life, was Beth. But why Beth? Here's why Beth. And this shit literally started on the first day. Well, night, because that's when she started scaring the girls. I don't know if it was even a full moon that night, but Beth kept telling everyone that something changes in her during a full moon. Once her parents had found her on the front lawn with bloodied clothing after a full moon. Dumb shit like that. A few of these girls were churchgoers, so Beth's demonic claims were really getting to them. Oh yeah, Beth told them that she could talk to the devil before the full moon thing. The cabin, all 6 of us shared, was built like a miniature log cabin. Inside each wall, aside from the entrance, had 2 slabs of woods on it, resembling bunk beds. The first thing everyone did was pick their bunks and set their sleeping bags on them. I, of course, had to be above Beth, as the other 4 girls had linked up immediately as bunkmates. The camp cabins are relatively spread apart from each other. Each cabin has a small trail that joins into a larger central pathway. Depending on which way you took, it would lead you to either the food hall or the art center. Or swimming, archery, and the rec, that was going left and right, but on the other side of the pathway. Like, if you were to keep walking straight out of the cabin, you'd find yourself at a huge lake with docks and kayaks. The cabin my troop stayed in had a beautiful view of the lake, and my bunk had a perfectly unobstructed view of it through one of the small windows. But that means so did Beth. Still the same first night, I'm falling asleep and I can hear the girls all chatting below me. Their conversations make me squirm in my sleeping bag, thinking about being so cringy at that age, and if I wasn't already slightly disturbed by their bursts of laughter and whispers, Beth had to make shit weird again. From below me, I can hear her get way louder than the other girls' whisper squeaks. She goes, "There's someone floating above the lake. No, look, there's really someone out there." I'm turned facing the wall, and I can hear the girls slowly grow quiet. None of them move, though. They're all apprehensive to leave the warmth of their bunks on the possibility of being fooled by one of Beth's crazy claims. For me, though, all I had to do was turn over. So I did. I'm looking about 120 yards from our window to the water, and suddenly I felt that impending sense of doom, that deep fight-or-flight fear. Beth wasn't lying. I saw a man suspended just above the water of the lake. If he was in the water, I would have thought that he'd drown, but he was floating above the water. His shadow, it was visible on the calm waves under him. One of the girls eventually gets up to look. She sees it too, and calls for the other girls to come to the window. They all press against it, looking at this anomaly. This blocks my view of the lake, but almost right after they all gather at the window, they all begin to scream and run back to their beds. Pretending I'm asleep, I can hear them all talking back and forth about how a blue light came up from the lake and pulled the man down into the lake. They argued if they saw a tentacle reach through the blue beam of the light to grab the man. One of the girls was quietly sobbing, and I fell asleep to Beth's voice repeating, "See, I told you so." The next day, I'm shocked that none of the girls are bringing it up to me. Like, none of the girls tried to tell me what happened the previous night. I couldn't tell them I was fake sleeping to ignore their cries of terror, so I just left it alone too. But me and 5 tiny witnesses did see something. So, what was it? I'm going to preface this story before getting into it. I'm a Division I football player here in Alabama. I play offensive line. For those that don't know what that is, I'm basically saying I'm a big dude. Currently 6'5", about 300 pounds. This to say that I've not really been scared of animals or people where I live, because I'm genuinely just bigger than them. Now, it was late at night, and my high school basketball team at the time had just made the playoffs. I was currently on the phone with my girlfriend at the time, and it was around 12:30, 1 a.m. As I was pulling into my neighborhood, I saw this woman with long black hair, wearing a Civil War period dress. It wasn't very weird to me to see random kids around my neighborhood, because I lived near a foster home. What freaked me out at first was that it was January, February, and it was late at night. It was freezing. To pull into my neighborhood, I had to drive past her. I slowly went about 3 miles an hour past the woman, and I really didn't know what to do. As I passed, she was still staring at the ground. As I checked my rearview mirror, her head snapped up, and I saw an extremely evil-looking face. I hung up the phone and was going 65 to my house. As I mentioned, I'm a big dude, so when I arrived at the house, I sprint up my porch stairs and into my room. Me being my size woke everyone up in the house. My dad enters my room to check on me, and I tell him everything that's happened. He asked if I was on anything, and I told him of course I wasn't. He told me to get some sleep, and I of course couldn't sleep. It popped into my mind. I had a neighbor that I was very close with who had long jet black hair. Instantly, I snapped her on Snapchat saying, "That was a good prank. You got me." She said she wasn't even in the state. She didn't know what I was talking about. She sent me her location on the Snap map, showing that she was in Baltimore. That was it. There was no chance I was getting any sleep that night. I hopped on Xbox to tell my friends about the events that had just occurred. Of course, they didn't believe me, saying that I was joking, and I told them how serious I was. At the end of the Xbox session, it was around 4 a.m. I had gotten off and was going to try to get some sleep. I went to my bedroom, and as I was walking past the blinds, there she was, standing there under the one streetlight in my neighborhood. I slammed the curtains shut and peeked again. She was gone. I have no idea what happened or what was going on that night. My dad and little brother, they've claimed to see the same woman years later. They have some stories of their own that I'll ask if I can share. This is my first post, so if you have questions or if you have any idea what's going on, please let me know. Update. Since my encounter, I've now moved to college to play football, but as I mentioned earlier, my brother and my dad have had encounters as well, and they've agreed to let me share them. I've also done some research, but I'll get into that as well. About a year ago, my brother was packing up around 10 p.m. to go to a baseball tournament in Atlanta the next day. As he was loading up the car, he heard a noise that sounded like a woman, far away in the woods. He said he thought that it was our neighbor or something. My brother finished putting the last bag in the back of the car when he looked in our driveway and saw the woman fitting the description of my encounter, standing there. My brother isn't small either, and had made fun of me for the way I acted when I had my encounter. Anyway, as he saw the woman standing there, she did the same thing. You couldn't see her face because of her long jet black hair. He said, "Hello, and are you okay?" And she said and did nothing. She snapped her head up, and he saw a horrible-looking face. He sprinted up through the porch and locked the doors. He peeked out the window, and she was staring back. When he peeked back again, she was gone. My dad's experience, it's not very long, but it's an encounter. My dad works around the country because of his job, and he finds himself coming home late sometimes. As he was driving home late one night, he saw the woman I described, but this time next to the cemetery where we lived. I have no idea if that's a connection to her or not, but we've never stepped foot in that place. Anyways, he saw this woman with the same description as both of our encounters and passed her. He checked his mirror and she was still there. He turned around his car to get a better look, and she was gone. So, my research. I'm not into horror films or really anything scary for that matter, but I have done some research since my encounter. But this is definitely a new field for me, so any advice would be great. There's a website that talks about the ghosts in our area of Alabama, and it turns out I live near an old iron mill. And to sum up the short story, this woman and her child, they were killed by a fallen chimney about 1 minute from where I live, and she seems to be sighted from time to time. She's labeled as a stalker spirit, one that's mostly friendly or doesn't hurt anyone, but I have no idea, to be honest. I appreciate any feedback. Thanks for listening. It was late at night, and my boyfriend and I were driving to my house. We took a shortcut through an area of town that everybody here calls the Bottoms, or River Bottoms. It's right in the middle of a huge metropolitan city in the U.S. There's no buildings, though, only fields and trees. You can't build there because it's a floodplain, not suitable for building on. There's one narrow road that goes through the middle of the Bottoms, and it just so happens to be a direct link between my boyfriend's house and mine. Late at night, it's very dark. There's no streetlights. So we were traveling rather quickly down that road when we came upon a bridge. You could only see what was visible in the headlights, road and very tall grass. It was probably 3 feet tall. We went up and over the bridge and began to descend on the other side. Suddenly, a woman appeared on the right side of the road. The headlights shined directly on her. She was standing in the grass right beside the road. It was 2:30 in the morning. The area was completely deserted. We were both stunned, silent. We sped past her. After a frightening moment, we both shouted, "Did you just see that girl?" Yes, we had both seen her. Immediately, I assumed she was the one whose car had either broken down or had been wrecked, because she had a distressed look about her. We spoke rapidly on top of each other. Should we turn back? Oh my God. Should we call 911? What should we do? Is she okay? Earlier that night, we had both had a couple of drinks. Many hours had passed, and we were both sober. But in our part of the world, the police can arrest you and take you to jail if they even smell alcohol in your breath. You could get into a huge amount of trouble, even go to prison. If we had to turn back, if we had to call the police, it was just too risky. I mean, if she was really in distress, she could call for help on her cell phone, right? Oh my God, what if her phone was dead? Physical description. She was young, between 17 to 25 years old. She had blonde hair. She was pretty, wearing a white shirt. The bottom half of her body was covered in thick, tall grass. She was sort of waving her arms, not over her head, but in front of her. Her face wore a scared expression, but she had no blood, no bruises or dirt on herself. So what in the hell was she doing standing right by the road in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, by herself, looking scared and waving her arms? Instead, we called in an anonymous tip. We were both really tired, and we proceeded home and went to bed. The next morning, I felt really guilty because we didn't stop. The local police post every police activity on the website that's called into a scanner. I began to search the scanner, looking for an accident report. There was nothing. We both felt very bad and worried about the young woman. Later, my boyfriend called the police to follow up on this anonymous tip we had made the night before. They told us that they had checked it out, but there was no car, no girl, no wreck where we had specified. This only made us feel half better, because we knew what we had seen. Later, my boyfriend told our story to his friend. His friend grew up near the Bottoms. She was the one who put this all together for us. We'd seen a ghost, she told him. She recalled that 20 or so years ago, a young woman named Katie Nesbitt had been murdered in the River Bottoms. It was a huge deal, so we went online and we found some old newspaper articles about the murder. There was a yearbook picture of the girl. The girl had blonde hair. Could that have really been her ghost? The most awful thing about it is that Katie and her boyfriend had been brutally stabbed to death over a car stereo. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I continued to search online and ended up finding a page for a local paranormal society. I clicked on Contact Us. I typed up our story and I felt better. At least I had reported this to somebody. I received a reply email from the man at the Paranormal Society. He told me that the Bottoms was definitely a haunted area. Many people had reported seeing strange things there over the years, and he also could recall that poor girl's murder. So, it was settled. Mystery solved. I'm not a ghost type. I've never encountered a ghost or an alien or a witch or UFO or anything like that. I do believe, though, that ghosts exist. But I would never go looking for one. All of that stuff honestly scares me to death. But I'm here to tell you that this really did happen. I wouldn't make it up. There were also 2 witnesses that saw the exact same thing. And anyone around here would tell you this. You never see anyone on the side of the road in the Bottoms, especially at night. Especially not a girl, all alone. The paranormal investigator promised to investigate our sighting, but I haven't heard from him in a while. I'll update you if I do. Since a young age, I've had experiences with the paranormal. Most of them disturbing, but some have honestly been neutral or even peaceful. This specific instance is by far my most unpleasant personal experience with the paranormal, and it takes place when I was about 19. I'm 35 now. I slept with a nightlight in my room that cast just enough dim light to see vaguely in the otherwise dark room. It brought me comfort and honestly still does to this day. I slept alone in my bed in the middle of the room. It was probably around 1 or 2 a.m. if I had to guess, when I was abruptly startled awake for a reason I was initially unsure of. Was it a sound? A presence? I couldn't tell. Everything was hazy. As I came to, I slowly looked to the left side of my bed and saw a male figure standing silently over me. It was repulsive. Patches of stringy hair on its head, pale, rotting flesh peeling off of its face, big, cold black voids for eyes and sunken deep sockets, decaying and jagged teeth, and a look of utmost malice and hatred on its face that filled me with absolute terror. Suddenly, it reached out, and with both hands, began to strangle me, pushing me deep into the bed. I remember feeling its cold, dead hands wrapped around my neck. I remember gasping for air that I couldn't take in, writhing beneath its horrifically strong grip. I felt helplessness and fear as I had never felt before. I could feel tears streaming down my cheeks as I thrashed on the bed. What was likely seconds felt like minutes dragging on. I could feel myself becoming dizzy, my vision going blurry, and just as suddenly, it was gone. I felt the grip around my neck disappear, along with the figure itself. I went limp, body contorted into an unnatural position on my bed, and began sobbing. I stayed awake all night, shaking uncontrollably. I was horrified that it would come back for me. I thought initially that maybe I'd had a sleep paralysis episode, but that doesn't add up. I was moving the whole time, fully conscious, and not even remotely paralyzed. I try to find an explanation for it and just can't. Was it a spirit? A demon? Some other entity? Whatever it was, I hope I never experience it again. 16 years later, and I can still imagine those black, dead eyes. glaring hatefully at me in the soft glow of the nightlight. It still sends shivers down my spine. This happened in Crystal Lake in Virginia Beach. I drove out with a girlfriend for a dose of nature and beauty before the sunset. As it started to get dark, we realized it was close to closing time, and the park entry gate would soon be shut. There were no other cars or people around. We jumped in our car and started driving toward the gate to exit the park. On the way towards the gate, we passed a young girl sitting on the side of the road on a cement block. She was dressed in a conservative, long dress, like something from the turn of the century. She was holding a large red ball. She was pale and thin, with long brown hair. Strangely, she didn't look towards us or acknowledge us at all. Just stared straight ahead, across from where she was sitting. What was she doing out there, with no urgency to leave the park? As we drove on, we saw a strange man ahead of us, in the middle of the road. He was intentionally blocking our path, and he too was dressed from a different era, wearing suspenders over a filthy white shirt and black pants. He was waving his arm for us to stop. As we got closer and slowed down, we could see that he wasn't hurt or needing help. He looked angry and aggressive, and his face was scary as hell. So we sped around him. He turned and started running after our car. We hit the gas and barely made it out of the gate before it was locked for the night. We never went back there again. Parents out there, I guess I'm looking for a little advice. My name is Maddie, my husband's name's Tyler. We're new parents, and our beautiful baby girl was born May 5th, 2023. Her name is Kinsley. She was born right on her due date, 7 pounds, 3 ounces. Her pediatrician says that she's in perfect health. If this was a health-related issue, I promise I wouldn't be asking for this kind of advice. But I guess my question for you, seasoned parents, is more of, is this normal for an 8-month-old? I originally thought she had something wrong with her vision because when me and Tyler would pick her up, she started doing this thing where her eyes wouldn't focus on us. It's like she's staring just past us. Then she gets a real scared look on her face before she starts crying. This doesn't happen every time we pick her up, though. But when it happens, Kinsley's dead set on staring at whatever her eyes are following. And in these moments, it's not us. Tyler and I would try to block her vision with our heads or put ourselves in her line of sight, but she'd start getting squirmy and really cranky, moving her neck around, trying to see past us. I did my own little eye exam, even though her pediatrician says her eyes are perfectly fine. But while she was laying in her crib, I held her stuffed bear above her head, and she was able to follow each direction I moved it. She also started getting the idea of crawling yesterday, and she did the same thing. I was sitting on the floor in the playroom. She was a few feet away, and I was patting on the carpet, making silly noises, encouraging her to crawl towards me. She's smiling. I'm smiling. She starts getting into the crawl position, and I keep patting the carpet. Then she does a weird shake like something startled her. Her head turns, and while she still maintains her crawl position, her eyes and attention are now fixated on the corner of the room. I keep patting the carpet and start softly calling her name, but nothing can get her out of this weird frozen baby trance. Even clapping my hands didn't make her flinch. At one point, her face does this thing. It starts to contort, and it's horrifying to see my baby so afraid or upset by something that I finally just get up and walk over to her, and like clockwork, crying starts. Usually she's screaming, and before I can swoop her up, she's already attempting to crawl my way. She's had this same reaction every time she's started crawling over the last couple of weeks. I know Kinsley's only 8 months old, but up until now, she'd never really been a fussy baby. She barely cried when we took her home from the hospital. That's why this sudden uptick in behavior is so alarming. Being a paranoid first-time parent, I've been taking notes for the pediatrician, but I'm embarrassed to bring her these findings when what I've compiled is basically what I've stated here. Her frozen moments of terror, they're frequent, at least once a day for the last 2 weeks. They're not long. None of these episodes have happened in public, only here, and they mostly all occur in the playroom. There's literally no other symptoms of this, but I don't know what could be going on. I'm honestly just trying to keep my own sanity right now, and I'm trying to find anything logical that we can grab a hold of. Tyler's convinced there's a ghost in the house. He's going off the deep end with Kinsley, especially because Kinsley seems afraid. I don't know if men can feel postpartum, but every time Kinsley has an episode, Tyler gets filled with rage and starts yelling that this is God's house. I think he's feeling like I am. We're both lost as to how we can help our baby. It's like I don't know how to turn his deductive reasoning into something that's not paranormal. I will admit, when we first moved into our home, it was probably the most stressful couple of months that we'd experienced together, until now. Kinsley had just been born then when a neighboring unit of our apartment complex had a fire. Our unit wasn't touched, but our whole floor had to be moved into temporary housing. We were placed in a duplex a few miles away, and that's where we are now. It's where we've been for months, and it's really starting to get to all of us. Tyler hates it here, and this Kinsley conspiracy is only fueling his fire. Last night, he'd shaken me awake. When I turned over to see what he wanted, Tyler was sitting upright in bed, and the baby monitor pressed up against his ear, telling me that he kept hearing whispers coming from Kinsley's room. I wasn't able to hear it, but Tyler swore that that's what he'd heard. While we were sitting in silence listening to the monitor, it makes a few glitchy buzz noises that Tyler thinks are ghosts messing with the transmitters. I suggested we change the batteries before jumping to conclusions. To make it worse, that's when we hear a sharp, loud, almost feedback noise, followed by Kinsley shrieking. Tyler was up and wheeling her crib into our room, and that's where she'll be sleeping until we figure this out. We literally just got her sleeping on her own. I'm afraid this will set her back in growth, but what else can we do? There's a lot going on, and I'm overwhelmed, but I keep telling myself, at least this isn't our home. Our home may be smaller, but it sure didn't feel like this. I don't expect someone to come here and solve all my problems, but if you have any advice on any of my list of quarrels, I'd sure appreciate it. Maybe this space is tainted somehow. If that's the case, what can we do to get it to leave our daughter alone? I grew up in South America, in Brazil, right in the middle of the country in the center-western state of Goiás. My stepfather's relatives lived in the countryside about 8 hours from the capital, Goiânia. I grew up there until about 7 or 8 years old, before moving to the capital with my parents because there wasn't enough work. We'd go back there every summer holiday, and my cousin and I would go fishing and hunting together. One particular week, we'd gone further into the countryside to visit my stepfather's brother, who lived in a farm a couple of hours from the town we were in. After lunch, my cousin and I decided to follow the little stream upward to see what was there and if we could find anything interesting. There were no neighbors for miles up that way, and the woods were filled with dangers like poisonous snakes and jaguars, but we didn't care. I must have been 14 years old at that time. We thought we were invincible. A couple of hours in, we had reached a very dense part of the forest that surrounds most of the area, and we were getting pretty tired. It was getting harder and harder to cut through the vegetation to keep going. Suddenly, we came by a clearing. The little stream that we'd been following continued on, but we decided to stop for a moment to get some rest and drink some water. To this day, I can't really explain what happened next. My cousin will tell you the same thing. It's just one of those weird, unexplainable things. On the other side of the stream, there was a small sandbank, and imprinted on it was a huge footprint. Man, it was huge. No normal human being could have a foot that big. Also, it was just one footprint, as if whoever it belonged to jumped over the stream in a hurry. My cousin and I walked over to it, scared shitless. We wanted to make sure that we were actually seeing that. We examined it, measured our own feet against it, and we realized that whoever this huge foot belonged to, it would have had to have been at least 5 meters tall. We suddenly started to feel this horrible dread coming over us. We rushed back without so much as a peep. We didn't even look back. People I tell this to often tease me, asking why we didn't go further to see what we could find, maybe another footprint or something else. But the fear of finding whatever that huge footprint belonged to scared the hell out of us. I never returned to that place. I grew up on the beautiful island of Guam. My father was in the military, so we had a nice house on a base. Unfortunately, I was terrified of sleeping in my room, so I slept on my parents' bedroom floor. One evening, I shifted my pillows around while having trouble falling asleep. During the process, I noticed a pale and purple finger that looked like it belonged to a corpse. I stared in horror, unsure what to do, and watched as it slowly retreated under the bed. I covered the spot with a pillow and tried my hardest to sleep, but I just couldn't. One day, I looked under my parents' bed to see bright yellow glowing eyes that definitely didn't belong to one of our cats. It was staring me down, and I felt uneasy, like I wasn't safe, and I wasn't meant to see it. In that house, I regularly heard glass shattering in the kitchen, only to discover nothing was broken. There were also heavy footsteps that ran up and down the hallway. From the corner of her eye, my sister often saw someone hanging in my parents' bedroom, only to have it disappear when she looked. I saw shadow people running around in darker areas of the house. My father would tell the spirits to leave in peace, and things would be quiet for a week or two, before getting weird again. Several years ago, my husband and I purchased our first home in Hoquiam, Washington. We grew up in Grace Harbor and never wanted to leave the coast. It's near the only McDonald's in town. If you know Hoquiam, you know the general 3-block radius I'm talking about. Though we don't live there anymore, I don't want to get too specific and have some crazy Christian burn down this house, thinking the devil's in it. And when I say crazy, I mean meth head. And when I say Christian, I mean meth head. When we purchased this house, the lumber yards were still rolling relatively strong in Aberdeen, which was good for Hoquiam. It was a bustling city with so much potential. That would end a few years after the purchase of our home. While we lived there, Devin was a police officer in Ocean Shores, and I worked at the bank in Aberdeen. The house next to ours had a for sale sign outside of it the first half of the year that we lived there. Then another sign was put up saying, "New reduced price." It would be the next summer when it finally sold to a family with another little girl around Tilly's age. The girls instantly became best friends, and their front yard friendship was the icebreaker for the adults to meet and mingle. Devin and I invited them over for 4th of July for a barbecue. We all hit it off, and the drinks and unfiltered conversations began to flow that night. While the husbands are in the street lighting off fireworks with the kids and other neighbors partying on the block, I'm standing with the wife, Gretchen. She's a short native girl from Tahola and has a mouth of a sailor when she drinks. She leans in real close and says, "Can I ask you something without you thinking I'm batshit crazy?" I'm thinking, dang, is she gonna say something really batshit crazy right now? Because I'd really like my daughter to be able to continue playing with her new best friend. So I ask straight up, "How crazy are you talking?" Praying that she doesn't ask to get high in my bathroom, but she hits me with a curveball and says that she thinks their house is haunted. I'm like, oh, word? She asks me if I know anything about the history of the house, but I tell her we just moved into ours a couple years ago, and that their house had been up for sale until they moved in. Gretchen asked if we've experienced anything otherworldly happening at our place. then asks if I've ever felt like I'd fallen out of reality, like a sudden rush of irrational, heart-racing fear when nothing is around. The topic continues as the men come back, and while the girls play in Tilly's room, me and Dev sit with our jaws hanging open as Gretchen and Stevie trade stories about the real haunted house batshittery going on next door. From disembodied footsteps and whispers to Stevie pulling out his big beer belly and showing us 3 long purple scratches wrapping across his ribs. Faucets turning on and off randomly through the night, cupboards slamming. Super scary shit. The scariest being when Gretchen told us that their daughter almost drowned in the bathtub a few days prior. Gretchen was shampooing her daughter's hair when she felt her daughter's head get pulled from her hands. She sank underwater, and at first, Gretchen thought that she was playing a joke, so she waited just a second for her to pop back up. But as Gretchen watched the shampoo bubbles begin to pop and melt in the water, she saw her daughter at the bottom of the tub, with her eyes and mouth wide open. A look of horror was frozen on her face. But there were no bubbles coming from her nose or mouth. Seeing this, Gretchen quickly pulls her body from the water. She was breathing, but her body and expression went limp and lifeless when she left the water. Gretchen and Stevie threw her into the truck and ripped out to the hospital up the hill. Doctors there couldn't find anything wrong with her. As the conversation continued, we drunkenly joked that they were always welcome to stay at our place any time the paranormal stuff became too much. Then, almost immediately after our small laughter subsided, like we manifested that to be the plan for the night, Dev points out the window and goes, "No fucking way." I go look out the blinds over to Gretchen and Stevie's house. From the side window, we can see their kitchen window and a bedroom window on the floor above. In that window, we watch as the light in the room turns on and off over and over. Gretchen and Stevie don't even leave the table to look. To this day, I don't know why they would all go home that night, even after Dev had offered them the guest bedroom. I guess it was that liquid courage on Stevie's prideful lips. It evoked his alpha male alter ego. I also think that he was trying to show off to my cop husband, but he stood up and was like, "Fuck that. I'm not getting kicked out of my house." His drunk ass storms up the stairs and kicks open the door of our daughter's bedroom, scaring the shit out of the sleeping girls. He grabs his daughter and the family leave that night, determined to handle their poltergeist problem. Devin and I are just kind of stunned, a little drunk, but mainly a bit concerned for our neighbors. Like a bunch of creeps, we post up by the side window and see if we can catch any of the action. For the most part, the house seems asleep, but every few minutes, just as I would get bored, the lights would start flickering in various rooms of the house. I realized this was something that probably had been happening all the time, but just come to our attention that night. Gretchen and I follow up the next day. She says that she and Stevie are having a disagreement about how to handle the problem. Stevie wanted to bring in a priest, whereas Gretchen wanted to bring in an authentic shaman or move altogether. I was in no more of a position then than I am now to be suggesting things, but I told her that in the interim, she and her family were welcome to stay with us. They were gone before the end of the summer. Though we didn't experience the happenings ourselves, the area just felt a bit more dim without the family next door. And this home sat vacant once more, only now we had this weird knowledge of strange happenings going on inside. That house stayed empty until we moved almost 2 years later, and it always made me uncomfortable. Comparatively, our house was only on the market for a few months before it sold. We opted not to disclose to the buyers that they had a haunted house next door, but I'm sure they figured it out eventually. Oddly enough, it wasn't even the ghost house that made us eventually sell, and I'm still proud to be from the harbor. Go Grizzlies. That being said, we moved to Texas after one of those crazy meth heads tried to lure our daughter out of our front yard. The homeless addict population growth was becoming an epidemic, and we couldn't raise our Tilly in that mess. So we moved. Well, that's all I've got as far as ghost stories, so thanks for reading. Out of respect for the story as a whole, I'll tell it from my dad's perspective as he told it to me. This is him responding to me when I asked if he believes in ghosts. So, pardon the French. Here we go. I got your mom knocked up immediately after getting out of prison. And shit, don't get me wrong. I was excited to be a dad, but in order to provide for my new family, I had to get a job fast. Do you remember your Uncle Howie? No, you were about 3 or 4 when he died. Well, I think you're old enough to know the truth. Howie wasn't your real uncle. I met him in prison. He'd already served 15 to 16 years for murdering his drug dealer in the 70s after his weed got laced with acid. It was easy to do back in the day. Mix that with soaking the joint paper in LSD, he went bonkers. He says it was self-defense, but I say he's a fucking liar. Prison was good for him, though, because when I met him, he was completely sober-bober. I was serving a way shorter sentence for that armed robbery thing, but Howie got released 2 years before I did. But during those 2 years, we were still in contact, you know? He says he's got a job lined up for me when I get out, so boom, right when I'm released, I call him asking about it. He tells me, yeah, I'm lead on the grounds team at Golden Hills. I'm thinking, Golden Hills? Isn't that the cemetery? He tells me no, it's a graveyard, not affiliated with the church. Fuck it, cool. That night I pulled my loud-ass chopper out of Grandma's storage shed. After some oil and gas, it revved up and I was able to show up to work the next day. The shit Howie had us doing was like mowing lawns, clipping the hedges, picking up the garbage, and it wasn't a bad gig. I was there for over a year before going to work at the plant. Well, this happened a few months after working there. It was just me, Howie, and some dude named Taylor, and it doesn't really matter. He was doing his own thing. Howie was freaking out because of an upcoming funeral that was going to be held the next morning. It's a full day's work with 6 guys all pulling their weight. With only 3 of us that day, we were all assigned our own set of things we needed to have ready that day with no assistance from each other. The other 3 guys on the team were all driving together that day, and the car got a flat or something. Doesn't matter. We all knew it was going to be a day any way that you cut it. So, both of them have left at this point. Howie's going to get flowers and decorations, and Taylor's sent to Home Depot to get a tarp and a canopy and a drill. I stay behind to get the plot dug deep enough to have the coffin tossed in it. We have a big excavator that we use to move around all the dirt for this kind of job, but that day, it shit out when I tried to start it up. I ended up calling the flower shop from the phone inside. I tell the lady working there to have Howie call me when he gets there. Phone rings 5 minutes later and I tell him what happened to the excavator, and then I ask what we're supposed to do in this situation, and he tells me to grab a shovel. I'm sure you've dug up some holes when you were little. The novelty of it seems like fun, but the fun quickly goes away when your back and your shoulders start to ache. The plot that I was digging was going to be somewhere near 8 feet long, 4 feet wide, and 4 feet deep. No, not 6 feet. Apparently they only did that to stop grave robbers. I got the job done in a few hours. I don't think it was even noon yet. So I'm on my hands and knees down there with measuring tape, and I hear someone say from behind me, "Is this one for you?" Now at the time, I was fresh out and I still had that PTSD brain. So I stand up and turn around thinking this guy's threatening me. But his voice didn't match what I was looking at. Because he had a deep voice, So when I saw a little boy in a tiny little blue 3-piece suit standing outside the grave looking down at me, I didn't believe it was him. But there was nobody else around. And this kid was 5 or 6, practically a toddler. I go, "What?" And he says again, in the same ridiculously low voice, pointing down to the grave, "Is this one for you?" I said, "What the fuck are you talking about, kid? Where's your parents?" He points in a direction and says, "They're over there." I couldn't see anyone else in the graveyard but me and this kid, and the way he was talking was weirding me out, so I told him to scram. I was working, trying to get my job done. The kid runs past me. When I turned around to see which way he went, I was met face to face with a growling, snarling, hungry coyote. One of its eyes was missing. Its mouth was foaming, like it had rabies or something. The only thing I had for protection was the tape measurer. It got real close to the edge and began smelling the air with big sniffs. I was sure it was going to jump in there with me, attack. But it circled around the grave twice, and then just went on its way through the bushes, 20 yards from the grave plot. I climbed out of the grave and couldn't find that kid or his parents in the graveyard. I'm no bitch, but that scared the shit out of me. The combination of it all. I don't know where any of them came from or where they'd left to. I know the coyote left through the bushes, but there's a chain link fence right on the other side. I don't think it would have been able to clear it. But by how it went into the bushes, it was like he went right through the metal. A few minutes later, the guys got back. I was already done with my end of the job that day, so with them there to lock up, I didn't waste any more time being there. I got on my chopper and woke the dead with my exit. Weeks later, maybe months, I'm mowing the plots. There's one grave that I have to do by hand because of the way that the tombstone's built. The bottom part stretched out into the little sandbox. It's a child's grave that I'd never paid attention to until that day I happened to be cleaning the walkway with a weed whacker, and I got a ton of grass all over the sandbox in the front of the tombstone. So I get down to clean it all up. But when I'm wiping off the picture that's on this tombstone, guess who I see? That little kid in the blue suit. He was wearing the same suit in the picture. Name was Timothy something. 1964 to 1970. Creepiest full circle thing I ever put together. Nothing like that ever happened again working there, but once is enough. Taylor had a few stories about ghosts chasing him around the grounds, but how he stayed tight-lipped. If anything ever did happen like that to him, he didn't say. But yeah, that was it. I was 17 when I got my first real job. It wasn't bagging groceries like all my friends, but something that in hindsight feels like a setup for a ghost story. I worked at Castle Inn Catering, which operated out of the Gessner Mansion in Georgetown, Seattle, though everyone just calls it the Georgetown Castle. From the street, it looked like a leftover from a different century. Gray stone, turrets, and windows too narrow and tall for anything modern. By the 70s, it was worn down in a way that gave it more character than charm. And at night, with the fog rolling in, it could have passed for a set piece from a horror movie. My friends did tease me about it. I laughed along, but deep down, I already sensed something about that place didn't sit right. I guess that's just how you feel when you slightly know the history of some place. It's supposed to be haunted, so it feels that way. But no. At first, the work was simple. Setting up folding tables, carrying trays of food, pouring coffee for retirees at banquet dinners. The owner, a stout woman with a permanent scowl and a smoker's voice, didn't waste time on small talk. She told me where the mop was, how to polish the glasses so they didn't streak, and which rooms not to linger in after hours. I thought she was joking. Later, I realized she wasn't. During breaks, the older workers liked to tell stories about the place. They said back in the 1920s it had been a brothel and a saloon run by Peter Gessner himself, who made his money by providing entertainment during the Prohibition. Someone mentioned the name Sarah, or maybe Mary, depending on who was talking. The details shifted from mouth to mouth, but the gist was the same. A young redhead woman, once an employee of the brothel, met a violent end in one of the upstairs rooms. Some said that she'd been strangled by a jealous magician who'd courted her. Others said that she'd been shot by a pimp with a temper. Either way, her story ended in her death, but maybe not that of her spirit. She still walks the halls, one of the dishwashers told me matter-of-factly, like he was giving directions to the nearest bus stop. You'll know it's her when you see the white gown. Sometimes she's clean, sometimes she ain't. Either way, don't stare too long. She don't like it. Now, I did tend to laugh at these things, chalk it up to kitchen gossip. The kind of thing you tell new hires to spook them in the perfect setting. But soon enough, I stopped laughing. One night, after getting back from a wedding reception, I decided to stay behind, clean up the kitchen. I was alone in the dining room. I'd just smoked a cigarette outside and was sitting down. And while sitting there, I heard the distinct sound of a woman humming, not singing. And it wasn't coming from a radio, it was just humming. It drifted from the upstairs balcony, low, like someone was just passing time, but clear, like someone's voice really making the sound. I froze, listening. The place was supposed to be empty. I called out. Maybe one of my fellow workers was still around. The humming stopped, and then a door slammed upstairs, sharp as a gunshot. The next morning when I mentioned it, one of the older women shrugged. She likes weddings, she said. Always has. Always knows when we're preparing for one, you know? That was the first time I felt this shift. The crawling sense at the back of my neck that told me the stories weren't just for fun. I guess you could say the Gessner mansion had a way of showing its moods. Lights flickered even after electricians swore the wiring was sound. It was a new setup after all. Cold air pooled in certain corners. Didn't matter the season. Dishes, though, they sometimes leapt off the shelves, shattering on the tile floor with no one nearby. This was obviously before security cameras, but we didn't need them. Once during a Christmas party, I carried a tray of champagne flutes through the hall. As I stepped under the archway, every single glass on my tray tipped forward and crashed to the carpet. Not one backward or sideways, forward in unison. Guests gasped. My manager was cursing. But when I bent to clean, the sharp smell of iron filled my nose. Much stronger than the drinks I'd spilled. It was the smell of blood, and it turned my stomach. The scent vanished as quickly as it came, though. Later that same night, a coworker whispered to me, "I don't think she likes holidays. Bad memories." How could they know that? Sure. But still, it felt deliberate, the spilling of the glasses. My last real encounter happened on a February evening. We had catered a retirement party and just gotten back to the mansion. We now needed to break down and clean everything from the day's prep. A few of us were cleaning close to midnight. I went to start sweeping the upstairs hallway, a job I'd been putting off all night. That hallway had always made me a bit uneasy. The wallpaper peeling in strips, the fact that no one really used it. It sort of felt like a boarding house up there, as though guests might step out in their nightgowns at any moment. I guess at one point it was that, so. But on this night, as I worked my way down the corridor, broom in hand, I felt the air get cooler. My breath misted. I turned, and I saw her. She stood at the far end of the hallway, a woman in a white nightgown, the fabric sheer enough that the lamplight glowed through it. Her hair was blazing red, tangled, falling over her shoulders. She felt so real. At first, I thought the shadows were playing tricks. Maybe it was a painting I'd never seen. But then I saw the stains across her chest, dark patches, seeping, spreading, like blood still fresh. For just a moment, even in the distance, I felt the weight of her gaze. It was like something invisible pressing against my chest, daring me to move or look away. In the amount of time it took me to take a deep breath, she was gone. The sight of her being there and not there, it scared me. I lost grip of the broom, and I remember the sound it made, clattering against the floor. The noise seemed to break some sort of spell, but in that instant, every door along the hallway slammed shut, one after another, until only the silence was left. Well, I had already started making my way down before the silence. My one coworker, who was down in the kitchen still, was just laughing. Obviously, they'd worked there longer than me, experienced something like this before. But I had never experienced something like that before. I felt like I couldn't even tell anyone who believes something like that, or who cares. Nobody else seemed to be scared by the things that happened there, so I guess I sort of sucked it up. But a few weeks later, I told my boss that I had school, which wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the truth either. The truth was, I couldn't scrub the image of that woman from my mind. I couldn't really shake the sense that she'd singled me out somehow, showing herself. It's obviously been years since I've been inside the mansion, but I still live in the area, so I drive by it. By now, it's back in private hands. Its catering days are long over. If that place is haunted, or spirits still reside there, the new owners don't seem to talk about it. But gosh, I've wanted to knock on their door and ask so many times. I've been behind the wheel most of my life, long-hauling loads back and forth across the country. I don't really believe in tall tales. Ghosts, UFOs, Bigfoot. None of that ever mattered to me. The road's pretty dangerous without worrying about monsters in the woods. But I did see something once. Never been able to put it away. It was about 15 years ago, late fall, up in northern Washington. I'd taken a load along Route 2, one of those long stretches where the road runs tight with the trees. There's no lights or towns, just black forest pressing against the shoulders, and the occasional break where moonlight spills across the wet asphalt. It was just past midnight, and I was running steady. Windows cracked to keep me sharp, radio low. The world was quiet, but I was awake. But out of the corner of my eye, something moved in the tree line. At first, I thought it was a bear. They wander out there sometimes, especially in the colder months, looking for food. But when I slowed a little, when I looked closer, I was shocked. This thing wasn't on all fours. It was upright, running just inside the tree line, keeping pace with the truck. I told myself, definitely not real. Shadows, playing games. But the more I looked, the clearer it got. A massive figure, 7, maybe 8 feet tall, covered in hair that looked slick and dark in the moonlight. Its arms were pretty low. Too low for a man, I remember thinking. And it moved with a speed that didn't make sense for something that size. Then it broke cover fully. It stepped out of the trees into the wash of my headlights. For a split second, the whole thing was lit. Broad chest, thick shoulders, hair matted like wet fur, and eyes that caught light like an animal's. It actually froze in the lane, staring at me. I don't know if it was just as shocked as I was, or curious, or just daring me to keep coming. The truck felt suddenly too small, like I was crawling past something that could reach out and peel the cab open if it wanted. But then just as quick, it turned and bolted back into the woods. One stride, maybe 2, and it was gone, swallowed by the trees and that darkness. Pretty sure I drove another mile before I remembered to breathe. My heart was hammering so loud it was now officially drowning out the engine. I didn't stop. I didn't pull over to check tracks or try to prove anything. I just kept driving, eyes fixed straight ahead. People always ask if I'm sure of what I saw, and I tell them the truth. I don't know what I saw, but I know it wasn't a bear, and it wasn't a man. And in that moment, when our eyes met in the beams of my headlights, I felt smaller than I ever have in my entire life. That was the only time. I've run that stretch of road plenty since, but I've never seen anything like it again. Still, I wonder, what the hell did I see? I have a Ouija board buried in my backyard. When I was younger, my older brother and I used one once. My mom bought it for us, not knowing the risks that are supposedly involved, haunting, possession, etc. At first, we were asking harmless questions like if our crushes liked us, where Mom hid the cookies. I was getting bored and broke our unspoken agreement to keep the questions kid-friendly. I asked it, "When will my brother die?" It creeped over to the 6, then the 7. 67 years old, maybe. I don't know why I asked it, but I was relieved that it gave an answer that was a very long time in the future. Well, after the first creepy question, my brother could no longer return to mundane questions. He was asking it if hell was real, if it could contact dead relatives. He was scaring the crap out of me. I was terrified and close to tears. Then he started talking funny. I didn't recognize his voice, and I ran to go get our mom. When I came back into the room with her in tow, he was laughing hysterically. I mean, doubled over with laughter. He said he made up that whole part just to scare me, and it worked. I was terrified beyond belief that my brother was gone. I couldn't sleep that night. I tossed, turned, had nightmares. The next day, I put on some of my mom's gardening gloves. I didn't even want to touch it with my bare hands. I shoved it in an old duffel bag and buried it. I painstakingly dug a hole, a deep, deep hole, in the backyard and shoved the bag in it. My fear lifted more and more with each shovel of dirt that I threw on top of it. Out of sight, out of mind. However, years later, when I looked back at the question I asked regarding my brother's death, I thought I'd come to realize it was just a toy. It was completely inaccurate. 67 my ass, I thought. He was murdered when he was 20. There was no otherworldly knowledge, no foresight, nothing. Just two kids and the power of suggestion. Yet something about the whole experience continued to linger in my mind. I shared my story over time, and after reading through some of the comments, I was sort of blown away. My brother was 13 when we used the board. Maybe it wasn't 67. Maybe it was 6 or 7, meaning 6 or 7 years. Meaning when he was 20 years old. Maybe I was looking at it completely wrong. Who knows? And who knows why I asked that question in the first place? Was I sensing something? Was it somehow giving me a feeling of unease? I don't know, but I kind of want to go dig it up and burn it. Lifetime Floridian here. I'm a 35-year-old female who spends a great deal of time outdoors. There are several trails near my house, and I know every inch of them. I know where and when I might run into gators, and I avoid them accordingly, most of the time. My favorite trail circles through a wooded pond, and it's been raining a lot, so I haven't gotten to walk there in a while. Yesterday I got there at 6 a.m. so that I could make a lap before work. It was nice, overcast morning, warm, but not hot yet. I figured the gators would still be sleeping in, but that should never stop you from keeping an eye out. As I passed under a close crop of trees, something heavy started moving around in the branches above my head. Leaves and acorns fell all around me. I looked up, expecting to see an iguana or a large bird, but it was an alligator. Definitely over 5 feet long, right above me. I know they can climb trees and fences. I did not, however, realize that they would just chill up there. I'd never seen one do it before then, but you better believe I Googled it later. I don't know why I stood there, watching. It started to move like it was coming down, and I intended to get out of the way. And then, a branch bent too far, and the little monster fell on top of me. I did not handle it with grace. Neither did the gator. We both had a full freak out. The impact knocked me on my back, and for a horrifying moment, the alligator was completely on top of me, but also scrambling to get away. Its feet clawed my thighs, torso, chest, and arms. Thankfully, I was able to protect my face. I tried rolling to get out from under it, but its tail hit me in the ribs, knocking me back again. It felt like a long, drawn-out ordeal, but it probably only lasted a few seconds. It ran back into the water, and I tried to run back to my car, but the pain set in the moment I realized I wasn't in any real danger anymore. My scratches weren't too deep, but they stung. My ribs are what really hurt. It was a struggle to get back to my car, and I almost had to call for help, but I made it, drove myself to the ER. Only as I was walking inside did I notice an awful smell, and I realized the gator had shit all over me. Well, surely that wasn't good for my wounds. Anyway, my wounds were cleaned, and I felt better once my pain meds kicked in. Magical stuff. The x-ray showed 2 of my ribs have hairline fractures, with the dark bruising that had already spread across my torso. I'm lucky it wasn't worse. I thought that I would sound crazy when I told them an alligator fell on me, but apparently I wasn't the first. If this didn't surprise them, I'd really love to hear about the cases that did. This happened a couple of years ago, and I still don't know what to make of it. I wasn't drunk, I wasn't sleep deprived, and I know what I saw. I had just started a new job out in southern Colorado. Took a small rental house on the edge of town, an older place, quiet. It backed up to a field that turned into woods, and I'd often see deer passing through in the mornings. Peaceful kind of life. About a month in, I started noticing something strange. There was this coyote that started showing up at the edge of the field. At first, I barely gave it a second thought. Pretty common out there. But this one never came too close. It would just watch. Always standing still, always facing the house. It showed up around dusk almost every day, always in the exact same spot, like clockwork. After about a week of this, I tried to snap a picture, but when I raised my phone, it trotted back into the tree line. It was just gone. And one night, I stepped out onto the porch to bring in a package, and I found it sitting at the bottom of the steps. Same coyote, still as a statue. Eyes locked on mine. It growled. Not a full snarl, just a deep, low vibration. And it turned its head toward the field, like it wanted me to look. And I did. At first, I didn't see anything. But then in the trees, I noticed movement. Something too big to be another coyote, standing on 2 legs, watching us from between the branches. I blinked, and it was gone. When I looked back down, the coyote was gone too. No sound, no tracks. Gone. That night, I couldn't sleep. Something felt wrong in the house. The walls felt too thin, the lights were flickering. Was it the weather? I don't know. I thought I heard footsteps on the back porch. I got up and looked, sure I was going to see something. But of course, I didn't see anything to match the footsteps. The next evening, I left work late and I got home just after dark. As I pulled up, my headlights swept across the front porch. And I saw it again, the coyote. Only this time, it wasn't standing still. It was pacing, agitated, looking from the house to the field and back again. I thought this thing was trying to warn me, or kill me. I parked, but I didn't get out. I just sat there with my engine running. Something told me not to open the door. About 2 minutes later, I saw the back porch light turn on inside the house. The problem was, I hadn't gone inside yet. I didn't go in that night at all. I drove to a motel and stayed there. The next morning, I went home to find the back door wide open. No sign of forced entry, nothing taken. But my kitchen, it smelled horrible, like garbage, and wet earth, and metal. Like something had been in there. The coyote never came back after that. And once my time was up, I didn't go back either. But I do wonder if whatever that coyote was trying to warn me about, maybe that stayed. Or maybe that's where it lives. Whatever it was. I was around 5 or kindergarten age when we lived in this small rental house in rural Illinois. The layout was simple: living room, kitchen, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom. What I remember most clearly, though, was the man that used to stand in the doorway of my room at night. He never came in. He never said a word. He just stood there with his hands resting on the door frame, looking at me. I wasn't afraid of him. He didn't feel scary. He felt sad. I remember once asking my mom why the man looked so tired. She asked, "What man?" And I told her, "The one that watches me sleep." That got me a full sweep of the house and a nightlight installed the same day. I remember years later, I was about 17. My mom and I were looking through old family photos, and I stopped cold at one of them. "That's him," I said, pointing to a man in a flannel shirt standing on a porch. My mom got quiet. "That's your Uncle Paul. He died in that house before you were born." I believe children are a little more connected to the other side when they arrive here, until the third-dimensional world we live in beats the magical thinking out of us. Why do I believe this? Well, before I had my first confirmed psychic experience at the age of 3.5, I had already had a very strange paranormal experience a few months prior to that. One that I cannot explain to this day. This was my very first introduction into the realm of the unexplained that I can recall. In the early 1960s, my mother was a bit of an anomaly. She worked in a large corporation while most other mothers stayed at home. My father worked as well. My oldest sister was in school. This forced my parents to search for childcare. My mother found a woman about 6 blocks from our house and began dropping me off there every morning. Now, I was a very loved child up until then, and I'd always felt secure and safe. But this, my first foray into the world outside my family, was a bit of a shocker. The babysitter had 2 little girls that were 2 to 4 years older than me, and they obviously really disliked my being there. They didn't get a lot of attention from their disengaged mother, and resented what little attention she had been paid to give me. Within the first few weeks of being there, they would hide every one of my toys that I brought to play with and torture me endlessly. It was a hide-and-seek game with my toy of the day that I had brought. I could never win because they always hid it in one closet that we're not allowed to go into. That was in their mother's bedroom. I was a compliant child who obeyed the rules, never looked for the mother's bedroom. I didn't understand the concept of deviousness, lies, and manipulation at the time. and then I would get distracted and finally forget about them. But I eventually caught on, stopped giving them my toys to hide. With that game over, they resorted to simply calling me to come find them down the hallway, pulling me away from quietly watching cartoons in the living room. As I toddled down the hall, one of them jumped out of hiding and bit me as hard as she could on the arm, for no reason other than pure hatred. I was stunned at this behavior and this unprovoked attack. When I cried in pain and complained to the woman who was tending to tasks in the kitchen, I was telling her that her children were behaving like animals, hurting me. Her detached response was simply, well, bite them back. I was stunned that the rules that applied in my house didn't apparently apply in others, and that random violence was condoned and even encouraged here. I tried to point out that her girls were much bigger and stronger than I was, and she just shrugged. If I had bitten someone, my mother would have beaten my butt. Why did this woman not react the same way? For the first time in my life, I felt vulnerable, afraid, and uncertain. I was getting my first taste of injustice in this dimension. Our usual daily routine was to hang out in the house in the morning watching cartoons, where I was left to fend off their pinching attacks and emotional treachery. Then we'd have lunch around noon, and then the mother would shoo us out into the backyard for a while, presumably to get some peace and quiet. We'd stay outside for about an hour, but shortly thereafter, in the Texas summer, it would get very hot. There was no swing set or real toys to play with, so after a while, one child would report she needed to go to the bathroom and leave the group. A few minutes later, the second would state that she was going to get a drink or something and would leave me, waiting, alone, in the yard. Of course, neither of them came back, and I was baking out there in the hot summer sun by myself. I would go to the back screen door that led into the kitchen and the living room area to see where everyone was. There was the mother, 6 feet away from me, reading a newspaper in the kitchen. And the girls were in the cool shade of the house, watching afternoon cartoons. Those were the days before air conditioning. Well, I certainly didn't want to be outside in the heat with nothing to do, and I really would like to be in a cool house watching cartoons too, so I tried to open the door. First came the surprise, and then the shocking realization that there was a conspiracy against me when I found the door to be locked. I asked the mother, too, "Unlock the door, please, and let me in." But she just said, "Nope, you stay outside." My pleas that it was hot, or that I was tired or thirsty, or I'm 3 years old, shouldn't I be taking a nap? All of it fell on deaf ears as the mother just shut me down with every request. The girls rolled over and looked at me from their spot on the floor in front of the TV and snickered in glee at my plight. Apparently, this is how the mother decided to show her girls that she loved them. Group torture of a little outsider girl. I don't know. A couple of hours later, the father would show up from work. I would sneak into the house right behind him as the mother unlocked the door for him. He never questioned why the door was locked in the first place or why I'd been outside. After the third or fourth day of this, I tried waiting for the dad to come up the walkway. So I proceeded to go out to the front yard and sit by the curb in the shade of a tree and wait for him there. My plan was to tell him about the unfair treatment I was getting when he would presumably ask what I was doing upon his arrival. I had a plan for justice. But the mother suddenly realized I wasn't on the back porch anymore and was looking for me. When she found me by the curb, she freaked out and beat me with a paddle so hard she left a large, noticeable bruise on my body. A couple. I was to never go out into the front yard again, she screamed. I did, however, get to stay in that particular afternoon, watch cartoons in the shade for a little bit, till my parents came to pick me up. Apparently, she realized her mistake, because when the father came home before my parents arrived, she showed him the bruises that she'd left on my body with some concern. She wondered out loud to him what my mother might think about this. I'm not sure, but His reply seemed to be along the lines of, "You did it, you're going to have to deal with it." That night, when giving me a bath, my mother notices them too and questioned me about them. I explained, as best as a 3-year-old can, why I'd gotten a spanking. My mother seemed to get it and seemed upset with her. I had a feeling that my mother was going to right this wrong. She was a strong woman. I had no doubt she would protect me. The next morning, though, I was dropped off as usual, and my mother didn't say anything. She actually had what appeared to be a friendly conversation with that woman. In retrospect, I'm sure that she was just being smart and simply didn't want to rile the woman into abusing me even more on my last day, as she needed to find alternate childcare. So, she kept her mouth shut and pretended everything was fine and left me there to go to work. Things were harder for working women back then. Now, here's where it gets interesting. I felt a little more than betrayed and dismayed after watching my mother converse in a friendly manner to this woman, and I thought that there was nothing to be done about my situation. Was this woman somehow stronger than my mother? I resigned myself to, that's the way it is, I guess. This is my lot and I'll have to make the best of it. But I'd hoped that the woman would be a little kinder after realizing that her abuse had left me with bruises. Well, it didn't, and she wasn't. The same routine happened that afternoon, except this time, when the girls made their excuses to go into the house, I attached myself to them, tried to go in at that very same time, thinking there might be a time window thing, and maybe it wasn't all about just being mean to me. They forcibly shoved me away from them and prevented me from entering the house while simultaneously laughing and locking the door behind them. They jeered at and ridiculed me from the cool shade of the house while they proceeded to watch the beloved cartoons. Nope, it was obvious now that it was just about being mean to me, and I was mad. I asked the mother, who was chatting in the kitchen with a neighbor friend, to let me in too, and to unlock the door. The mother, even in front of the neighbor lady, said, "No, you just stay outside," like I was a dog or something. The neighbor lady looked a bit confused, but did nothing to rescue me. So they're all in on it, I thought to myself. My anger at the injustice and abuse began to boil, anger that I had never felt before. I wasn't giving up this time. I was in the right. "Let me in," I demanded with righteous indignation. "Sharon, go away and be quiet," was the mother's only response, and the neighbor lady now pretended that she was out of this conversation. I did not go away. I stood there, and I screamed even louder and with more determination. "No, I won't. Let me in." And I planned on continuing to scream until I wore her down. Each up modulation of my voice matched the up modulation of my anger and intent. But she had a plan too. "If you don't be quiet, go away right this minute, I'm gonna paddle you again." Oh my God, the dreaded paddle. Again? Punished for not liking being punished for no reason. The unfairness, the injustice. I'm a nice little girl. Why would anyone be so mean? Well, I'm not going to be nice any longer, that's for sure. It was the first time in my life I consciously decided against being kind and loving. I screamed with all my might. "No, you won't. You will let me in right now." And I meant it to my very core of my soul. I had never felt true anger before, and this was a very powerful emotion that I was experiencing for the first time in my life. I could feel the power of it growing inside of me. The idea that it was my fate to suffer abuse at the hands of this woman for no reason was more than my pure little soul could handle. All of my bioenergy, all of my new emotions, anger and hatred, seemed to converge into one uncontrollable shadow being that was now growing and welling up deep within me. I've never been so wholly and absolutely angry in my entire life. It was turning into pure rage and fury. It was the first and last time I've ever allowed myself to become that angry. Every cell in my body was mad as hell as this powerful new emotion or whatever surged through me, pulsing larger and larger. Even as I was feeling it grow and expand inside of me like an energy volcano, in that moment, I was also acutely aware that I was feeling something very different than I'd ever felt before. Part of me subconsciously knew that this thing, this emotional, powerful energy volcano, it had the ability to become very large and possibly uncontrollable. It might overtake me. It might even kill me, crossed my little mind. I actually thought I might cease to exist at that moment. Weird for a 3-year-old. Most people would have backed off at that point and ratcheted it down. But I, being the curious and science-minded sort, continued to allow it to grow, just so I could see what would happen. Consequences be damned. At that moment, I didn't care if I lived or died. I just had to see what would happen, and this wrong needed to be righted, in spite of what might happen to me. So, as a 3-year-old, I made a conscious decision to permit it to continue. It was kind of scary, but fascinating at the same time, learning the power of this whole new raw emotion. Anger, turning to rage, turning to fury, turning to what? And just as I began to scream once again while simultaneously deciding to cross that threshold of emotional no return, something snapped inside of me. I felt a shift in some kind of release. The pressure of the volcano thing from inside my body and psyche seemed to go away, and I sort of depressurized. I was glad the pressure was gone, and kind of surprised that it didn't kill me. And then, at the very same moment that everything snapped inside of me, something snapped inside that kitchen too, and my focus and attention to my inner self got diverted to the outer world. With an audible pop, a small ball of blue fire, about the size of a soccer ball, appeared right in the middle of the kitchen, hovering in the air in the very center of the room. Almost before you could say, "What the heck is that?" the ball quickly expanded, and the blue fire filled the airspace inside the kitchen. It flickered and loudly cracked with fury, drowning out the sound of the cartoons in the living room. It sounded sort of electrical, but mostly like that of a roaring fire, though I felt no heat. I'm not sure what the ladies inside felt, though, but it definitely looked and acted like fire and flames, only blue and kitchen-sized. It was as if the air in that room had decided to become blue fire. That's the only way I can describe it. The two ladies were screaming and batting their heads and each other, afraid that their hair was catching on fire, but it wasn't for some reason. Their screaming and the cackling of the blue flame continued for almost 20 seconds, which is a long time when you sit down and count it out. I stood there, still in absolute rage at first. Even at the first appearance of the blue flame ball, I was still angry as it was expanding. But even at my age, I knew this wasn't normal, and the surprise and wonder of it all caught me off guard. Curiosity and wonder replaced my anger as I watched the ladies screaming, and I saw the frightened little girls in the living room behind them. Seeing their frightened faces somehow made me feel a little bit better about my situation. And that's about when the blue flame lessened and dissolved back into a soccer ball size before fading out altogether. We were all pretty stunned, and honestly, at that point, I was glad I was outside. Well, of course, the ladies called the fire department right away as I stood outside and watched all the commotion through the screen door. They inspected all of the electrical circuits of the house, all of the outlets in the kitchen, and found that nothing would have caused such a thing. The woman kept trying to convince them of what they saw. The fire chief pointed out that there was hardly any evidence of a room engulfing blue fire having occurred there. But one thing was burned, and so they couldn't fully deny that it had happened. If you could venture one guess as to what that one thing was, yeah, it was that dreaded paddle, sitting on the far counter, away from any electrical outlets. I watched with an odd sort of satisfaction as the woman held it up to the fireman to prove she wasn't crazy. It was only at that point that I began to wonder if that fire had anything to do with me and that anger thing I'd felt. If not, it surely was some divine synchronicity that this bizarre phenomena happened right as I was feeling all of that rage and only burned that paddle. That evening when my parents came to get me, my mother came inside and spent a few minutes to share some very strong words with that evil woman. I didn't understand all of them. I just got the emotional gist of them. And I knew that I would never be coming back to this house ever again. My mother told me to get your stuff, we're leaving. Empowered now, knowing this was my last chance, I listened to my instincts and went directly back to that closet, the one in the mother's bedroom. I opened it, and sure enough, I saw all of my toys were in there, a huge pile on a shelf. She had to have known they were in there. She knew they were mine. What an evil person. I filled my arms with as many of my favorites as I could carry, while my parents angrily honked the horn for me to hurry up. I rescued most of them, and we left, never to return. Nothing like that has ever happened again, although I wonder what might have been had I explored that talent a little more, back when I was pure and strong and open. Was it all me? Was it my guardian angels backing me up? I don't know. I'm not sure that I ever will. It was both scary and satisfying. I don't think I'd have the courage to explore it nowadays, but it'd sure come in handy sometimes, I think. I still smile about it to this day and now know with certainty that we are all much stronger and more powerful than the powers that be would have us realize. Our consciousness has been purposely suppressed since our inception. Hopefully, we'll all wake up soon and take back our humanity. Yo, what the fuck was just in my yard? I'm reading a book on the couch in the living room. The TV's off. It's currently 1:36 in the morning, and I'm fucking home alone right now. There's this loud clack at the window next to me, like something hard had just hit the glass. So I set down my book and open up the curtains a little bit. I live on the second floor, and the bushes outside are trimmed probably 3 to 4 feet lower than my window. There's this creepy gnome-looking thing sticking out the top of these bushes, looking up into my window. Its eyes were big and shiny black, very thin white ring before the line of his eyelids. I found my phone by feeling around, but I never stopped looking at this thing. When I found it, I tapped the bottom right-hand corner to open the camera. Then, I quickly lifted my arm and zoomed the screen to get a picture, just as it dug back into the bushes, then out the front. Again, I'm home alone right now. My roommates live downstairs. I'm terrified they didn't lock their sliding glass back door, and I'm too afraid to go check. Our living quarters connect between a set of stairs by the front door. We share the front door to leave. I know that door's locked because I locked it when I came in tonight. This thing, it's nowhere outside. I pressed my head against the window, trying to look as far vertically down as I could. But I couldn't find it. It moved incredibly fast. I'm typing this from my phone right now, still sitting on the couch, now intently listening for any movement downstairs. And holy shit, I think I managed to get this thing in a picture. It zoomed in, and it's grainy as fuck. I can't believe how shitty the resolution looks. My phone isn't the oldest, but half-decent light and zoomed in. Here's what you get. Jesus Christ. I circled it in red and outlined it. Like, you can see that, right? It was looking up, directly at me. It was not an animal. Clearly a little person with a tall hat. It used 2 arms with hands and fingers to climb back into the bush. I don't know what to do. Hey all, 45-year-old widower here, and I need some help with a demon. A lot has happened to get me to this point, so I'm just gonna take you through this mess best I can. My wife, Tammy, died just under 2 years ago, during our son's freshman year of college. He took the rest of the semester off, but eventually we had to go back to our lives, so he returned to school after Christmas break. Then it was just me here, alone, with Tammy's memory, and I didn't handle that so well. I started drinking just to fall asleep at night, and next thing you know, bam, I was a full-on alcoholic. For a while, I thought it was under control because I was holding down my job. Turns out my boss was just giving me a little room because of my situation. But that grace period came to an end when I screwed up some paperwork that cost him north of $30,000. The customers appreciated the hell out of me, but somehow that didn't make much of an impact when I was begging John not to fire me. I thought being home alone all night was torture, but I didn't realize how much worse things could get. I had been ignoring my actual schedule and working 7 days a week from opening to closing, so I didn't have to go home. But now I was trapped here, 24/7. That's when the weird shit started happening. Now, I dream about Tammy all the time, and anyone who has lost a loved one knows how hard it is the first few moments after waking up. You forget what's happened, and for a few seconds, life feels normal again. Then reality comes crashing back, and you have to relive the grief again. See, that happens to me all the time, but occasionally, there's a twist to it. First, I should probably clarify that I've never experienced sleep paralysis before this, and I've always thought the paranormal was just superstitious nonsense. It's all in the months leading up to this. I never once considered seeing a psychic or trying to contact Tammy's spirit. The thought hadn't even occurred to me until she started talking to me in my dreams. During the second week of November, I had my first experience. From the very beginning, I knew it wasn't a normal dream. I wasn't reliving old memories or seeing visions of Tammy's accident. I was in bed, alone, and the only source of light came from a dimming street lamp outside my window. It was just bright enough to reveal a shadowy figure looming next to the door, which I assumed to be an intruder. I tried to jump out of bed, but I was completely paralyzed. I couldn't move a muscle. I was just stuck lying on my back as this person slowly inched closer. They moved like they hadn't noticed that I was awake. I didn't know who it could be or what they wanted, but then they passed by the window, and I saw it was Tammy. There was no period of confusion where I thought she was still alive. I was fully lucid. The first thought was, this is the realest nightmare I've ever had, and I couldn't wait for it to be over. She didn't look like ghosts do in the movies, not unless it's horror. This wasn't one of those lovely visions where she's at peace or gives me her blessing to move on. No. She looked like she randomly decided to come home and crawled out of her grave. She was on her way to the grocery store when a giant dually truck came flying off on an exit ramp and killed her on impact. The other driver died as well. Apparently, he had left a bar to go pick up a friend. The damage was so bad. I'm sorry. I really can't handle describing it in detail, but she suffered massive trauma. And now she was standing there like she had just stepped out of the wreckage. After she passed the window, the darkness once again distorted her features, but only until she was directly next to me. Then she sat on the edge of the bed and suddenly became very much the image of what you would see in a movie. She She was glowing and beautiful. She smiled, and all the fear melted away, forgotten. She said that she was still here, unable to move on, and needed my help. Then her soft glow faded back into a shadow and disappeared entirely. That's the last thing I remember before waking up in the morning. I fully believed it was only a dream, but it freaked me out, and unlike other dreams, it didn't fade as the day wore on. I couldn't get it out of my head. Later the next evening, I was watching TV in the den, and Tammy's recliner suddenly popped open, exactly as if she'd sat in it. We have two big leather lazy boys that are pretty worn in. All you gotta do is sit down and slightly lean back for them to pop open. But they've never just randomly opened by themselves. I heard the noise it made when she would sit down. I know you all know what I mean. That distinct sound of the leather stretching and the springs squeaking. I looked over in confusion to literally see an imprint of someone sitting there as the chair leaned back and the footrest came out. A few nights later, I had another nightmare where I woke up paralyzed again. It started with the same horrifying image of Tammy after her accident, but she was glowing by the time she sat next to me. And again, she said something about being stuck here, but she almost sounded far away. Then, the last thing I was able to understand was something about a box in the back of her closet. When I woke up in the morning, there was an awful stench of rotten meat. It almost made me forget about the dream, but then I thought of how random the thing about Tammy's closet was, and I wondered if I smelled something in my sleep. Like maybe my subconscious decided it was coming from the closet. All of Tammy's stuff is exactly where she left it, because I just can't bear to go through it. But I had to get rid of that smell. Well, the only thing I found was a birthday present and a card that she never got to give to me. It had never even occurred to me that she had probably already gotten one. I sat on the floor reading the card over and over for a long time before suddenly realizing the bad smell was gone. I couldn't explain it any more than a dream leading me to that present. So that's when I learned about sleep paralysis on the internet. It kept popping up all over my search results, and most of it matched the actual experience perfectly. Then I started looking into ghosts and reading about other people who claimed to be visited by a dead spouse. I read a lot of stories where someone lost their partner unexpectedly, and neither party could move on, not until they were able to say a proper goodbye. That really seemed to fit with the parts where Tammy said that she was stuck. Well, I couldn't afford to hire a psychic, not while I'm living off of savings and insurance, so I decided to talk to Tammy herself. I might be a sorry piece of shit these days, but the one line I won't cross is driving drunk. I couldn't bear to do to someone else what that bastard did to us. Instead, I overnighted a Ouija board and some candles from Amazon. It didn't work right away. In fact, I almost quit. But then the glass slider piece actually started moving. I about shit myself. But Tammy basically confirmed almost everything that I had assumed. She didn't have the closure that she needed to move on and needed help. But that's as far as we got the first night, because it just suddenly stopped working. Still, for the first time, I had hope again. I drank less and less to the point that I hadn't realized I was down to a 6-pack a day. More things started happening around the house. Sometimes I heard footsteps, or it would suddenly get really cold. During the next sleep paralysis incident, she appeared in glowing form from the beginning. I didn't have to see the nightmare version at all. That time, she said she was getting stronger and asked me to use the board again, saying that she would keep getting stronger until we could have a real conversation. She didn't have to tell me twice. I started using that thing every night, and we talked a little more each time. Occasionally, I smelled the rotten meat again and woke up in a cold sweat. But other times, I would feel a hand on my shoulder or hear her voice and draw strength from it. Then came the night when I had my most intense sleep paralysis episode yet. It felt as real as writing this letter right now.
I thought that it was time to say goodbye, but that's not what she wanted. She wanted to be together again, all of us. When our son came home for Christmas, she expected both of us to join her. She even suggested ways to do it. That's when I knew this thing wasn't Tammy. In my research, I'd seen more than a few cautionary tales, but I never actually read any of them all the way through. I just really wanted my case to be one of the real ones. Deep down, I knew there was something wrong. No one else's stories involved stenches of rotten meat or seeing their loved ones mangled. Certainly, they hadn't been asked to harm themselves or others, at least not until I started reading about demons. I'm trying really hard not to start drinking like I was again, but this has all been too much. I've been ignoring it for the last week, and it's just getting angrier and angrier. It pounds on the doors so hard that they shake, and it tries to slam them when you're passing through. I've woken up with scratches on my neck, my back. My son comes home for Christmas in 5 days. I'm afraid for his safety, but if I say why, he'll think that my drinking has gotten worse. Well, seeing is believing, so maybe we'll go to my brother's once he knows I'm not crazy. Of course, I would much rather get rid of this thing. I'm willing to try a priest, but I don't go to church, and the ones I've called have all hung up on me. I even visited a few, but they ended up asking me to leave. I really don't know what to do. I'm sure a lot of kids, or at least some kids, found their grandparents' house a little creepy. Am I reaching? I could be, but I'll tell you about my grandparents' house and my experience there, which involved my sister, my cousins. So that makes at least 3 people I know, myself and them, who share my feelings about a creepy grandparents' house. First things first, my grandparents, Nonnie and Poppy, were very old. Their home was very old. They were lovely, even throughout their passing, which was less than a month apart from one another. Rest in peace to both of them. So they were very loved. Their home was a source of a lot of great family memories, but it was haunted. And because it was haunted, or because something within that home was charged, as Aunt Peg used to say, it houses some other memories too. My parents would often drop us off with them for a weekend or two throughout the year, and in the summertime, me, my sister, and my cousins would stay for a couple of weeks. The first time I ever experienced something, and every time since, was while staying in our mom's old room. It was in the back right corner of their Rambler-style home, Aunt Peg's old room across the hall. I was young, but I know my sister and I were both in school, so couldn't have been younger than 7 at the time. It was just the 2 of us this time, and I'd been having trouble falling asleep, while my sister seemed to pass out instantly. Mom's room now had the old TV from the living room in it, as our parents bought them a new fancy one for Christmas. I'd always liked falling asleep with the TV on at home, so here it was no different, a welcome change. I was familiar enough with the TV that I knew I didn't have a remote for it. I was stuck changing the channels from the knob, same with turning it on or off. I'd picked a channel which connected to the VHS. Since Lion King was already in there, I remember just letting it play. I hadn't fallen asleep, not even close, but I was back in my bunk when I heard the TV shut off. Not only was it the obvious sound of something playing and the familiar buzz of the TV ceasing completely, but the glow from the TV was gone. Had it not been for the hallway light, I would have been in total darkness. It wasn't the TV turning off that scared me, not really. But as I laid there trying to figure out if I was going to turn it back on, something caught my attention. The light from the hallway quickly cut out, as if someone had penetrated the doorway just for a moment. By the time I focused on the doorway, there was nothing there. Sitting up, though, I investigated further by looking around the whole room. I had the top bunk in this sleeping arrangement while my sister slept in the bottom. As I started to look around the room, I thought I saw nothing of real concern. And then I got to the TV. It was still off, housing the reflection of the entire room. But something wasn't right. I could see on the TV that everything was where it should be. Everything except for the shadow being standing underneath my bed. I didn't realize how afraid I should be, so I took my gaze away to pop my head down and look at my sister's bed. She was sleeping soundly, and there was no shadow. Still, looking back up at the TV, there it was, a shadow that didn't belong. I decided I didn't need the TV, and I tried to ignore it, turning towards the wall and closing my eyes in an attempt to fall asleep. Only moments later, I hear the sound of the TV being turned on. It's startling, and I jolt up to confirm it's been turned on. It wasn't on a channel, though. It was just a fuzzy static screen, but the static was getting louder. I was going to have to leave my bed and handle the TV, but I felt so frozen. Almost sure I wouldn't be able to do it, but I had to. The sound was going to wake up the whole house. I jumped down the ladder, feet hit the floor, and the TV turned off. I look up at the TV, and there's a shadow just behind my right shoulder. I can't hear anything or feel anything, but the image alone makes me want to scream. I consider swinging around, punching and kicking, but what if this time it was my sister? Instead, I spun around, fully expecting the shadow to not be there, just like last time. Only this time, it was there. An endless black mass, about as tall as me. No eyes, no face, no distinguishable features at all. Before I could even scream, it suddenly passed through me, leaving my chest with an intense, cold pain. It felt like my torso was experiencing brain freeze. It hurt, but only for a moment. As much as I wanted to turn on the lights, the ladder was closer. I jumped up, dove under the covers. I had no idea what had just shot through my body, but I felt like I couldn't breathe. I don't think I got more than a couple of hours of sleep. It was this odd in and out of sleep, and it kept me exhausted, like when I had the flu. I remember the next morning being afraid to tell anyone about what I had seen. I kept the image to myself, and intentionally slept in the living room that night, after my grandparents retreated to bed. I almost felt sorry for leaving my sister in the room, but she didn't really seem to have been bothered the same way I was bothered, so I reasoned with myself that it was okay. Suddenly, I heard screaming. It was coming from my mom's old room, and it was my sister. I wasn't the first one awoken by her screams. I saw Nani walking toward the room. She didn't even see me on the couch. I contemplated just staying where I was. Somehow I knew it was going to be the figure on the TV. My sister was crying, screaming. Then she started calling for me to come help her. I was forced to move, and I ran into the room. My sister was sitting outside of her bed, on the floor, full of tears, crying about a shadow that woke her up by touching her face. She said that she called for me. I don't even think that Nani knew what my sister was talking about. She continued to try to console her into a less amped up state. Once my sister calmed down, I started to crawl into the top bunk, took my position there. Clearly, I couldn't just leave her again. And that was that. An event my little sister barely remembers, but I remember it super clearly. The next time I encountered this figure was in the same room, less than a year later, as it would have been the summer versus the holidays. Our cousins were there, staying in Aunt Peg's old room. Since my cousin Shelby and I are around the same age, we made our younger siblings sleep together in Aunt Peg's room, while we took over Mom's old room with the TV. Most of the night we were playing card games and any board games that we could find for 2 players. But eventually, we'd have to go to sleep. And I hadn't forgotten about the last time I was there. But somehow, I felt more brave or maybe safe with Shelby being there. Only thing was, Shelby wanted the top bunk, which would put me on the bottom. I didn't want to seem like a wuss, so I agreed. I almost made it a full night without getting scared. I kept telling myself that I wouldn't experience the same thing twice because it was probably a nightmare. Technically, I didn't experience the same thing, but I saw the shadow. I don't know what woke me up exactly, but I suspect it was the TV turning off. Or I suspect it was something similar that happened to my sister. I was suddenly awakened, and I could see a dark shadow, and a piece of its shadowy self reaching towards my face, but I didn't feel like screaming. I just felt like being perfectly still, but I must have made some sort of noise as I heard Shelby whisper my name from the top bunk. Remembering the last time, how I'd said nothing, how I'd turned to face it. I didn't want the same thing to happen to me, but I didn't know how to prevent it. So I just called back up to her, and it felt good to use my voice, but it felt bad that this shadow was still above me. It's like I couldn't even focus on what else she was saying, because this all-consuming energy, it was over me, and I was freezing. Without moving, I watched as Shelby jumped down the ladder in a familiar routine, but she ran for the light. The shadow either disappeared just before or just as she switched the light on. But Shelby had seen it. She basically had my exact experience from the first, except she was smart enough to just run away from the shadow instead of facing it. With the lights on, Shelby came running back towards my bunk. She was almost crying as she tried to tell me what she'd seen. I asked her before she could even get the words out, "Did you see the shadow?" Her eyes widened. She shook her head. Even though I'd been really scared, I felt like I needed to help Shelby because she seemed more scared. I told her it was okay. We decided to sleep on the floor of Aunt Peg's old room. The next morning, I didn't plan on saying anything, but Shelby was adamant, grilling Nani and Poppy the next morning. As she recounted her experience, I could see my little sister start to remember her own experience, but I watched it leave her face too. I backed Shelby up by saying that I'd seen the shadow. I told them all I'd seen it twice. Poppy laughed, which he did that a lot, saying that us kids sure had an imagination on us. Shelby squealed in frustration, stamped her feet, and declared that she wouldn't be staying in that room anymore. The rest of the week, the kids piled in one room, and oddly enough, no more shadows. These types of events would repeat themselves through the years, but as I got older, the shadow became less visible, so much so to the point where it was easy to dismiss it as a trick of the light, though truthfully, I never believed it to be a trick of the light. Instead, I was just happy that it was fleeting and short-lived. The reality is, when you experience something like this, I don't think it's as easy to dismiss anything anymore, and you're just destined to be a believer. Though I haven't seen the shadow since I was a child, the fact that it was there never left me. I'll try to convince my cousin to share her own experiences with the shadow, but even as adults, Shelby really doesn't like talking about it. I should say firstly that I've never harmed any living creature for pleasure. I do have blood on my hands, mostly from my service in the military when I was a younger man. PTSD never goes away. It's an uncontrollable, unconscious reaction from a lifetime of memories lived by another man, a young and naive man, the husk I grew to emerge from. When I discarded my old shell, talks of it could reanimate the corpse to dance in vivid memories so real you'd swear you were there again. Memories I have no interest in revisiting, but I believe prefacing this is necessary in order for the next part to fully make sense. After discharge, I was still active in the Ready Reserve for a few more years. My first wife, Jackie, and I fell in love with the suburbs of D.C. Jackie was a nurse at the Veterans Hospital. I would struggle to hold down stable employment through the first year as a civilian. My mind was damaged, and I was barely functioning. The worst episode occurred when I was working at a Safeway. I was on a knee opening boxes of milk to start stocking in a big refrigeration unit. The cooling fans in there are loud. A coworker walks up behind me to put something in the refrigerator. I don't notice her, but she accidentally knocks over a jar and it explodes. The noise startled me so much that it had triggered a flashback, and I black out. Blacking out is something unreal. At first, my eyes were fixed on brown cardboard. Through the holes, the rows of gold-capped glass jars, each filled with white milk, that would clink and slosh around as I pulled them out. Then, in the blink of an eye, I realize I'm standing. My coworker's back is pressed against my chest. My left arm was holding her like a bear hug, while in my right hand was a box cutter. The door to the refrigeration unit is opened, and in the doorway, shoppers are staring in. In front of them, my boss has his hands up and is walking towards me. My ears fully dial back into frequency, and everything hit me all at once. I instantly released the woman and dropped the box cutter. I was lucky not to have gone to prison that day. They decided not to call the police. My boss served in World War II. He understood the horrors of war, but he could also see that I wasn't fit for normal life yet. As I scrambled to find other work, the offer that we'd previously put down on a house had finally been accepted. Thankfully, Jackie was smart enough with money. She'd stashed away the money in a coffee tin under her vanity for months. We had just enough to move in, but in order for us to continue our residency, I needed to find a job fast. The first couple of months after moving in were the most stressful and put the most strain on me and Jackie's marriage. We did everything in our power to make the house feel like a home, but it just never did. Even with the heat up and the lights on, the cold, dark energy was inescapable. I was drained every morning because I'd be plagued by night terrors almost every night. The dreams I had were also no longer amidst the backdrop of North Vietnam. Instead, the setting began to resemble home, visions of my neighborhood after a catastrophic disaster. The sky above is colored orange from a glow of distant fires, and violence fills the street as neighbors turn on one another for resources. Internalizing my trauma was the worst thing that I could have done for myself and my relationship, but we were both increasingly stressed, both at our breaking points. I kept it from Jackie, in fear of becoming more of a burden in her eyes, further scrutinizing my sanity and ability to provide a stable household. Soon enough, the night terrors would reach a level I've never experienced. I began to question if I was awake or asleep when they decided to haunt me. In our bedroom, we had a walk-in closet with sliding doors. I was reading a book late one night when I heard the wooden doors of the closet quietly rattle. I looked up to see them both gently slide open. I got chills like never before, and the hair stood up on the back of my neck, then my whole body. I'm staring into the closet. The shade of darkness grows deeper the further back my eyes try to focus. Then, from the floor up, the blackest of colors inside the closet begins to morph and take shape, eating every ounce of reflecting light. It resembled a slow-rising plume of smoke, or vines, as it started to grow into a human shape. The figure was female, and the smoke she grew from continued to fall through the ground like an endless dress. I did the only thing that I thought I could do, the only thing that I used to do when I'd see images of war, and that was to close my eyes tight, try to fall asleep before they became too real. I'd come to find out that that was only the entity introducing herself to me. She would be a fixture in my peripherals during the day and night. I would see her take form in the corners of the room, but I would never interact or look over. She looked like what I used to see during active duty. The ghosts of men you killed in battle that day follow you on your march back to the barracks. With the moon at our backs, our shadows in front of us would be joined by other shadows. Sometimes you could outrun them. Sometimes they'd run with you. Observations everyone in the platoon experienced, but didn't always share out loud. The first winter Jackie and I spent in our house was bitterly cold. A new pipe would burst seemingly once a week, and I'd have to crawl under the house to fix it. I hated getting down there in the crawl space. That's when I'd be tormented by this female entity. I could feel her crawling around with me, faster than I could move. My flashlight would catch her as I swiveled for tools. I'd suppress my fear just enough to keep my hands from shaking as I finished the job. Then, that same winter, we receive a call from Jackie's sister. She'd sustained a pretty extensive injury slipping on ice. Jackie would need to stay with her through the new year to help out. Jackie had to catch 2 buses to get to work every day. She and I would talk on the phone every night, and I would visit her on lunch breaks, but it wasn't the same. We missed each other more than we knew. Ironically, I think this time apart made us appreciate each other more. I filled my time with odd jobs around town, doing my best to stay out of the house as long as I could, before having to return in the evening. I was alone, but I wasn't. It was impossible not to feel like I was constantly being stalked within the confines of my home. Out the window, I watched my neighbors hang up Christmas lights without a care in the world. The gutters and doors of my house remained bare. No wreath, no tree, no decorations. There was no point in wasting the effort if I was going to be the only one pretending to enjoy it. With Jackie coming home for the new year, I decided to stop feeling sorry for myself and spruce the place up a little bit. I picked up some candles that were festively scented, some new blankets for the couch, all of our favorite foods. It was important to ring in the new year correctly, I thought. However, once Jackie got home, she told me that being with her sister had been stressful, yes, but she also felt relief. Relief from her night terrors, relief from the shadows. At first, she thought that I was offended because I hadn't said a word, but I wasn't offended. I completely understood. I told her as much, finally, and then we officially started swapping stories. I learned her dreams were slightly different from mine. She described chaos similar to mine, but also personal nightmares like losing a limb, watching me die horrific deaths over and over. The most unsettling, yet reaffirming of all. She also described the same figure, and she confirmed she'd seen the figure while she was awake. She was folding clothes in the living room, watching TV, but she had that intense feeling like she was being watched. Glancing towards the hallway, she focused on the darkness, feeling that it was darker than it should be. Then she saw it. The black plume formed the shape of a woman, cloaked in continuous darkness. Jackie said she froze and just closed her eyes tightly, praying that it would go away. When she opened her eyes, it was gone. Being at her sister's, she said, it felt as though a giant weight had been lifted. She believed the weight to be our house. We both couldn't believe that we'd kept it from one another, but I guess I understand it from both sides. At first, I thought we felt better, having it all out in the open. We were motivated to try and figure out what to do about this feeling, what to do about the house. And I wish that we'd made it that far, but for several reasons. Some I can explain, others I can't. Everything really did start to fall apart. Our careers, the house, our relationship itself. We had no time to do much of anything except for work and try to get some sleep in between doing so. Night terrors continued. Shadows intensified, manifesting in more places than just the closets, the hallways, the corners. It was everywhere. This figure haunted us until we surrendered. Jackie and I ended up filing for divorce after we sold the house. There was no bitterness there, but we were both exhausted. We didn't stay close, but we ran into each other maybe 6 years after the divorce at a mutual friend's funeral. I wasn't going to bring it up, but Jackie did, asking me if I ever saw that figure again. Honestly, I hadn't thought about it. In fact, I was sure that I hadn't thought about it since the moment we sold that house. And she said the same thing. Until Jackie, I always assumed all of my nightmares were my own. Any horror I experienced, I assumed, was superficial
or the result of recalling a more horrific time. Though I don't know exactly what we experienced, I at least know that I wasn't alone in that one. The majority of my paranormal experiences were in my childhood home, although a few notable ones happened after, outside the home, in the same area. For context, I've since moved out of my childhood home as I'm an adult now, but I believe my childhood home was haunted, mainly due to the environment, the circumstances. There's a creek running through the neighborhood, lots of telephone poles, so the energy currents are strong there. Some people believe that ghosts can manifest easier when in areas of high energy currents. So, a few anecdotes from my childhood home. When I was about 4 years old, I recall playing with my brother in the hallway of my home. It was a long hall that led to the bathrooms and bedrooms. We were playing something akin to tag, but with an element of hide and seek. So we ran up and down the hall a few times, and the last time I was running up to his room, which was the last door of the hallway. He laughed and closed the door behind him. I suddenly stopped and thought that I'd hit the door and bounced back. I looked up, and I saw a giant toad. I thought that was odd. It didn't register as anything malevolent. Maybe it protected me from the door impact. As odd as it is that most people don't seem to interact with nature spirits, this time I did. What's more is that much later in life, I asked my brother if he remembered the giant toad spirit that day. He said he did. He also didn't like talking about it, so I didn't clarify. But it's my first memorable paranormal experience. My paranormal experiences ramped up as a teenager. My father was an abusive alcoholic. As is standard in that situation, there was a lot of yelling, etc., and it led to a lot of negative energy. I noticed as a result that more negative entities would come through my house. There was never a resident ghost, only passerbys. A few of note include, 1, I'd come home from school to find an imp-like creature, very small, had attached itself to my ankle. I was honestly just annoyed at it, and I wanted it off of me. At some point, I shook it off, told it to go away. I don't think it came inside my house, but it sure liked hanging around. One day, I found that the ghost of a young man, probably late 20s or early 30s, had found his way into my room. It hung out in the corner of my room. I was creeped out by this, especially because I could tell it wanted something, but it had a hard time communicating. Day 2 or 3 of this, I decided to take a selfie on my laptop and purposely aimed it so the corner would be in view. I wanted to see if anything would come up. Of a few takes, one of them did capture something. I confirmed what I'd been sensing and faintly seeing. There was a face in the corner, smiling for the camera as well. My heart sank. I didn't know what to do. Believing that the picture would imprint its stay even longer, I deleted it. Day 4, I finally felt sorry for it. I asked it to go away politely. I couldn't help him, and I didn't want him in my room anymore. Surprisingly, it actually went away within a few seconds. I felt the air get lighter, and I didn't see or hear from that ghost again. I wonder if it needed a message to be passed along, or if it just needed guidance to move on. But I was a teenager. What could I do for it? When I was about 16 or 17, my family dog passed away. I'd had her since I was little, so she was definitely part of the family and was treated well throughout her life. She was an old girl, maybe 13, I think. She had terminal lung cancer.
The day came where she could barely move anymore, and we called the vet to put her down at home so she could go peacefully. After the vet left, we had an at-home funeral for our dog, and we buried her with her favorite blanket and toys. My dad and my brother buried her, and me and my mom did something akin to a eulogy. It was when they were burying her that I sensed her spirit peeking around the corner of the house. I motioned her to come here, and she came quickly to my hand. I patted her quietly while no one else was watching. It was weird, I'm sure, for her to see us sad and burying her body. Later, we were inside the house. I saw my dog's spirit sitting next to my mom, who was crying on the couch. Her paw was on the couch next to my mom, as if she was saying, "It's okay," to my mom. Later, I told my mom what I saw. She told me that she thought she'd felt our dog's presence, and me saying what I saw confirmed it for her. Afterwards, for a few years left in that house, I would occasionally hear my dog's paw steps, and I'd feel a dog's presence when there were no dogs living nearby. I did eventually get another dog, and occasionally she, another girl dog, would look at the doors weird, like someone was there. And also, she'd hear dog noises and want to find the other dog. I'm very certain that my childhood dog stuck around for a while after her passing. I have since moved out of the house, as I mentioned before, but I hope my dog moved on by now, too. This one is kinda weird. For a short while, I had sleep paralysis issues at about 15 years old. Now, I know the theories on what we see and experience in this state are hallucinations, since the body is confused on being awake versus asleep. So take this one as you will. I, however, believe that this particular instance was paranormal related. This time felt different than the other sleep paralysis episodes. Essentially, I was sleeping, and I had a deep dream. It was one of those dreams within a dream type of thing. I don't remember how I got there, but I do remember towards the end of this dream, I'd come to a giant iron cell door, as if it was locking away a prisoner. I peeked inside through the sliding peephole, like you see in prison doors, and I saw a pale, white, skinny humanoid. Think similar to Gollum of Lord of the Rings, but more of a menacing feeling and totally bald. It saw me and jumped at the peephole, which scared me awake. I was awake briefly, and I swear I heard an entity whisper in my ear, feeling their breath and vibrations from their voice.
Go back to sleep.
I did. And it felt like I got pulled all the way back into a deep dream state, right back to the cell door. But whatever this thing was, it wanted out. It wanted me to help it. I sensed danger. I had this feeling that if it got out, it would possess my body. So I woke right back up. But of course, my body was still in sleep paralysis, being that it's hard to go to that deep sleep and to be functional. So, I was awake. It was about 6 a.m., and I'm paralyzed. I feel as if something is sitting on me and isn't letting me up, which I'm told is somewhat common and is rationalized by the body being in a depressed state. However, I feel this pressure. Whatever whispered to me, it's on me, and I feel like it's staring me down, just waiting for me to go back to sleep. I fight it, though. I stay awake, just looking around the room. I can't reach a light switch since my body still won't move, but I do notice the time, and I realize that the sun will come up soon. For some reason, my instincts tell me that with light, this thing will go away. And about 15 or 30 minutes later, the sun does rise. The sunlight comes through my window, and with that, the entity leaves, and I regain my bodily senses. Of all the sleep paralysis episodes, this one was different, in that I felt someone talk to me in my ear after I woke up. That's not normal. I felt a presence on me, staring at me, and I happened to regain control of my body. The pressure was lifted once the light had filled my room. Normally, I'd regain control of my body between 5 and 10 minutes after waking up, regardless if the sun came up or not. And while I felt my body depressed, it did not usually feel like someone was sitting on me. Therefore, I believe this one counts as a paranormal experience. Okay, one more. Once my mother and I were in the house by ourselves. We'd recently sold the house and we were cleaning it up for the new owners. It was very empty and was starting to get dark outside. I started to get a panicky feeling, one of those get out now feelings. So I started urging my mother to finish up what she was doing and continue another time. I didn't want to freak her out, so I just insisted that we leave without knowing exactly why. I look over in the direction of the living room from the kitchen, and I see this black mass of negative energy. It's overwhelming. If I were to describe it, it looked similar to the big bogged-down river spirit in Spirited Away, the one that collected a bunch of stuff in it and got all gunky and gross. The one here reminded me of that, but instead of collecting junk, it collected negative energy. I froze for a second as I processed what the heck I just saw. At this point, night was falling, and the sun was hardly out anymore. We had to use our flashlights and our phones to see. I told my mom, we need to go. It's dark, and I don't feel safe. Finally, she was willing to leave, and as we were leaving, I saw the black mass again, leaving the house and going around to the backyard. My mom didn't see the creature, but she did say she felt a presence. She just ignored it as she was focused on finishing the kitchen. So now, as a young adult, I've had a handful of interesting experiences as well outside of that home. I lived temporarily with my then boyfriend, now husband, in an apartment shared by a coworker of his and her boyfriend. I was in the apartment alone one day, and I got a weird feeling looking at the door to the room that wasn't used. I thought I heard noises and felt a presence, but I couldn't confirm. Later that week, I was home alone again, but this time, I looked at the bathroom door from my bedroom, and I saw a full-bodied apparition of a young woman in white. She looked just as shocked as I did, seeing her. She retreated to the other side of the bathroom wall, the empty, unused room. So finally, I asked my boyfriend's coworker if someone died in the apartment, and I tell her about the apparition I saw of a young woman. She told me yes, her name is Diana. She died in that room about a month before we moved in. My heart sank for Diana. The coworker told me that Diana had passed away suddenly in her room, I think from health complications. The coworker was a bit freaked out and didn't know what to do about it. So later, I don't know if it was that night or the next day, I was in my room while my boyfriend and his coworker were at work. I decided to just talk to Diana out loud. I couldn't see her this time, but I felt her presence. I talked to her like a person, realizing she might not have even realized she died, since it was a sudden death. I told her that she had died and that she needed to move on. I told her I felt sad for her, that she was stuck, and I hoped that she can find the light. Shortly after that, I didn't feel her presence anymore. I think she moved on. and I really hope she found peace. I went to a historical tobacco plantation with my mom and a friend of mine. It was a little summer thing where we wanted to see some neat places in our area that we hadn't seen yet. I saw 3 apparitions there. Upon getting out of the car in the parking lot, both me and my friend saw a shadow figure looking at us from the wooded area next to the parking lot. After we stared for a second, we both saw it essentially fly away, remaining vertical and upright, as if it were pulled back to wherever it came from. It was really weird. My mom missed it by still gathering her things from the car. Later, we were walking around the old slave quarters house. The upper floor was condemned, but the stairs were still there. I noticed while the tour guide was talking about it. I looked at the stairs a little harder. I saw the apparition of an older black man in overalls. He was faint, but there. I bowed respectfully at him and continued the tour. As we left the building, I purposefully left last so I could tell him goodbye, like you would do for any other person as a house guest. I felt bad for him, still stuck here so long after slavery was abolished. The 3rd apparition was in the master's house. Almost immediately, I picked up on a small girl between ages 5 and 8, in old period clothing, complete with a standard bonnet. She followed us throughout the tour. At the last room of the house, the tour guide tells us that this was an addition to the original building and was the room of the master's daughter, who had passed away from illness at about 7 or 8 years old. It hit me then that this was the little girl's room who'd been following us around. Again, I purposefully left last so that I could tell her thank you for letting me look at her house. Again, like any other house guest would. I found it respectful to do so, and I also felt sorry for the little girl. I then went to the cemetery where her family was buried. I didn't sense anyone else, which made me even sadder, thinking that this little girl was probably stuck in her house, waiting for her family, and somehow didn't move on. The last interesting story was on a different plantation. This one is tucked away behind a major highway and is considered a county park with petting animals. I went there with my husband and our daughter to see the animals in the park. We did, however, also get to look at the exterior of the old houses there. In one of them, I noticed there was a man in butler-like attire passing the window. I wondered if maybe it could have been a worker in period clothes for a tour or something. Only to find out that all the workers that day were in a polo shirt. It's a uniform, which is very different. I didn't see anyone else wearing period clothing either. Thus, while I can't confirm, I believe I may have seen an apparition that day as well. Those are my big ones, the ones I can recall right now. I hope others can relate to my experiences and know that they aren't alone. My husband and I bought our first home almost 2 years ago. It's near the local cemetery. I say near, but it's more like the cemetery is our backyard. There's several rows of trees and a tall wooden fence that separates us from the cemetery. This aspect has never bothered us. We actually like being able to access the cemetery. It offers a decent walking path, and for the most part, I've always found them rather peaceful. If it's important, this cemetery, our house, and a few other houses are spread out at the end of a long dirt road. Our house was absolutely off the grid, which we appreciated. The town itself is sort of small, with a heavy population sitting mainly together in the center. A few large farm properties before getting to the outskirts, the cemetery, the forest, our property, and more forest. My point being that there's just not a lot of people out here. One of my favorite things to do is to walk my bird around outside in the mornings. It sounds silly, but we're talking about an umbrella cockatoo, one of the largest and most affectionate birds around. My beautiful bird is Bono, and yes, Bono is still around. He will likely outlive me and my husband. But anyway, Bono normally asks me to go for the walk. Sort of how you would ask a dog to go for a walk. This is because shortly after I got Bono, I moved in with my husband, who was my then boyfriend. And shortly after that, he decided to adopt a dog, whom we named Snoopy. The two animals had coexisted for the first 4 years of Bono's life. The first phrase Bono ever learned was naturally the one that he'd heard the most. Or maybe he just was fond of Snoopy's reaction to the question, "Want to go for a walk?" Sadly, Snoopy passed away due to a form of terminal blood cancer. It was 4 years after we adopted him. I wouldn't say that Bono was totally depressed, but he certainly missed his pal. When my husband and I stopped asking to go for a walk, Bono started asking instead. It made me incredibly sad. However, one day, he started adding, "Bono, go for a walk." And this made me laugh. I picked him up, and I took him outside for a walk, and the rest is history. He doesn't fly, he just sits on my shoulder, walks around on my shoulders, that sort of thing. So our routine was to take a couple of laps around the walking path, and then I'd let Bono chat with me and maybe other birds while sitting on this really large stone bench. The bench has a perch that Bono likes to sit on. One morning, early into our move to the new place, my morning walk with Bono was a little different. We had been walking our second and last loop before sitting down. I felt like Bono was being extra fidgety, hopping from shoulder to shoulder a bit more frequently. And then he started making noises. I started to get nervous until I realized that the sounds were familiar. The noises that Bono was mimicking was a whistle. He just hadn't made them since Snoopy passed away. I felt a little less uneasy, but I was curious. Maybe there was a dog in the park. I hadn't seen anyone walking their dog, but maybe someone had a new morning routine. I turn around and we're alone. No people, no pets. Bono then starts to rock back and forth, excitedly. Another move that he would do when Snoopy was around. Suddenly, I felt something brush past my legs. It startled me so much that I jumped and likely made a noise. This caused Bono to laugh at me in his best bird laugh, and he immediately followed it up with, "Silly Snoopy." And I froze. Standing there, I listen as Bono repeats it over and over. "Silly Snoopy, silly Snoopy." I see nothing, no explanation for what has just brushed past me. Within a few steps, we make it to the stone bench. Bono proceeds to hop onto his perch, and he says things like, "Good Snoopy," and "Snoopy kisses," followed by kissy noises. While sitting and observing my bird, a sudden warmth is felt to my left, just below Bono's perch. I can't really explain why I did this, but I found myself moving my hand over to pet the warmth to my left. When I did, I felt nothing physically, but I swear my entire body was saying, "Snoopy." And then I felt the warmth sort of disappear. For about a half a second, I felt really silly. But almost immediately after the warmth had left my side, I hear, "Good Snoopy. Bye-bye, Snoopy." Turning to look at my bird, I see he's still excited, rocking back and forth. "Bye-bye, Snoopy." He stops with all the familiar noises shortly afterwards. and for a few minutes we just sit. I remember crying, but not because I was sad or anything. Honestly, I was sort of moved by the whole thing. What I find so special and so strange about this encounter is Bono had never made these noises or had these conversations, not on our walks through the same area, and he hasn't done it since. Shortly after, I recall asking Bono on one of our walks, "Snoopy?" And he actually responded to me, saying, "No, Snoopy. Ha ha." And also, just to say it, before this, I had never experienced anything like it, and I haven't since. The feeling of a phantom dog or phantom anything brushing against me, the warmth, it all felt like it really meant something. Oddly enough, my husband had a dream about Snoopy that same morning. We just hadn't talked about it yet. He's not sure about the whole thing being paranormal or connected, but he agrees that it's definitely strange and cool. When Snoopy left to the puppy hospital that day, over a year ago, none of us knew that it would be the last time we saw him. But at least my husband and I got to say goodbye, you know? Part of me feels like this was actually Snoopy saying goodbye to Bono. So I don't know that we'll ever encounter him again, but I'm glad we all shared this moment. Hug your pets and have a blessed day. My grandma and grandpa on my mom's side were born and raised in Montenegro. My great-grandpa's house is where they and the whole family lived. Things were done differently in my culture, so if something in this story seems odd, it's just how things were done. Witches were and are very common back home in Montenegro. Most people couldn't afford doctors, and like my family, when you live surrounded by mountains and no one owns cars, you would go to the village witch doctor. This woman, who was a known witch, married my grandpa's brother. Before she could get pregnant, my grandpa's brother was murdered. So even though she didn't bear any children, my great-grandfather still kept her in the house as his daughter-in-law. The only thing I've heard about her is that she was an evil woman. Her and my grandparents lived in the same house. My grandma got pregnant for the first time and had a dream that a woman in a wedding dress came to her and said,
"Congratulations, you're pregnant and it's a boy. But do not get excited, because he's going to die."
My grandma had the baby, and before he was a couple of months old, he died. My grandma got pregnant again, and the same woman visited her in her dreams and said,
"Congratulations, you're pregnant and it's a boy. But just like before, don't get excited, because this child will be taken from you too."
Sure enough, it happened again. Before the baby was a year old, he died. The third time my grandma got pregnant, she believed the land or something had been cursed, so she had the baby far away from home. After a year or so, she woke in the middle of the night to the baby dying. She can't explain to us exactly what the baby was doing because our language doesn't have a lot of descriptive words. But she called the witch to come help. The witch cracked an egg on the baby's chest, and my grandma said that she saw the yolk slowly move up to the baby's neck and stay there. The witch turned to my grandma and said,
"The baby won't die with you in the room. You have to leave."
And suddenly, my grandma was not in the room. My grandma said the moment both of her feet were outside of the house, she heard her baby die. My grandma had 11 children, and only 5 of them are alive today. The worst she went through was when they had a son in Italy while they were refugees coming to America. And when he was 8 years old, He got hit by a car when his ball rolled into the street. My grandma and my family are convinced that the witch cursed her. This next story, it's about the Florida house. This was my dad's house in Clearwater, Florida. My grandparents moved out there in the early 90s, and the whole family experienced things there. And I wonder if anyone who's lived in the house after them, or even now, experiences it as well. My grandpa bought this foreclosed house. They lived in a condo or something in the meantime while they finished the house. My uncle told me that when he went there to smoke and chill with friends, the house had pentagrams spray painted on the walls, empty beer cans everywhere. So he assumed teens used to use the house to party and do weird shit while it was empty. He took a girl there one day, and he said he heard pipes banging upstairs. And when he went to the spot that he heard the pipes, they started banging downstairs. He thought it was weird. They finally moved in, and my aunt, the youngest sibling, came home from her first day of school crying. She said the kids were telling her how a girl hung herself in their attic. That's where both of my aunts slept. The attic wasn't like a crawl space either. It was a finished room. My other aunt, oldest sibling, said that the initials of the girl who supposedly killed herself were carved into the windowsill. My dad said he'd always see a girl in white in the house, but he never thought anything of it. My dad's side of the family are hardcore realists. He said he remembers sleeping, feeling the pressure of someone getting into bed with him, but no one was there. He'd sometimes even feel someone breathing on his neck. Craziest story is when the oldest aunt got engaged, and her fiancé was at the house playing cards with the family. They both told me that they, clear as day, saw a woman walking or floating in the kitchen in the attic. She had white on, and something white on her head. They were confused because my youngest aunt had gone to bed about an hour before. So my aunt ran upstairs to check if it was her sister, thinking maybe she had just showered. But my aunt was passed out, dry hair, and not wearing white. My grandpa, who is a foreign Albanian man, which is important because Albanian men have a toxic way of thinking that talking about this kind of stuff is embarrassing and that no man should mention it. So the fact that he admitted that it was true means it was definitely true. Well, he said that he would also see a girl walking around the house, and that one time he got so upset that she wasn't answering him, thinking it was his daughter, that he walked around the entire house looking for her. And one day, one of the family members, years after moving out, mentioned how they used to see a girl walking around, and everyone had one of those, "Oh my God, I saw it too," moments. A couple of years ago, my cousin and I enjoyed late-night walks in our neighborhood, mainly just up the street and back, not far. We would talk and discuss our difficult family. One evening, it was close to 1 a.m., a later time than our usual walks. At the end of the street is a tunnel under a railroad track. We heard what sounded like an argument. The only people who live on the other side were an old lady and an abandoned house. We went there. I went a little further than my cousin. I could hear little girl voices, 2 of them at least. They sounded to be preteen age. They also sounded as if they could be directly in front of me. They were whispering, but nothing that I could hear well enough to understand. As I started walking in the tunnel a little, I still couldn't see anyone, but I felt uneasy and backed away. And I left it at that. Maybe 20 minutes later, we're walking up our street, which is a small incline that leans to a flat strip of road. Near the top of the hill is a church that has a rooftop area with a picnic table. No one was there on our way up the street, which doesn't take too long to walk to the end of our road and back down a small hill towards our houses. As we were walking down the hill, and the picnic tables come into view right off the side of the road, I see a girl with long blonde hair down to her back. She's dressed up in a nice shirt and shorts, as if she'd been going somewhere. But it's 1 a.m., and she looks 16. The most noticeable thing is her eyes. They're pitch black. And by pitch black, I mean both eyes are completely black, with no white in her eyes. At the church, there's a street lamp right where we were, so I could see her well lit. She's just sitting there on the picnic bench, motionless. Instead of sitting facing the picnic table in front of her, she's sitting on the edge of the bench, facing the road we would walk down. Her gaze doesn't move. Her neck doesn't move. Her posture is straight. She isn't doing anything at all, except sitting absolutely still. She's facing the road, but her gaze doesn't move as we walk by and we're in her line of sight. She makes no acknowledgement of our presence whatsoever, or any facial expression. I'm immediately alarmed by seeing her, but I decide on the spot to make no indication. I even saw her and kept walking past at the same pace. My younger cousin next to me clearly saw her, and I can't quite remember what I said to her, or if I communicated through body language, but I got her to follow along with me. We made it to my porch, and we didn't go in, but just waited. I can't recall how long it was, but I'll say a couple of minutes. She walked down the gravel parking lot at the church and walked at a normal pace onto the road where me and my cousin just watched her. Her movements were robotic. Her head never turned an inch. She never stopped looking forward and remained at perfect posture. She walked down the road right past us and didn't even turn her head an inch. She didn't even look at us and just went through the tunnel. We never saw her again, and our town is kind of small, so we know a lot of people in the area, and we never saw anyone like her before. Her behavior seemed too odd for me to believe that she was an actual person. My cousin later told me that she had a strange feeling we were being watched before seeing her. Also, while we were watching her from my porch, my cousin recorded her on her phone. It was dark, but there was a street lamp illuminating the road. She said she looked through it and didn't even see her, so she got scared and deleted it. I was right with her. I didn't get a chance to see it. She had already deleted it. We never saw her again, though, and later resumed our nighttime walks. What are your thoughts? A couple of years ago, my partner and I moved into a relatively old home that he'd purchased for his parents in a small town in New Hampshire. The house was previously used as separate apartments, so it was broken up into 3 different sections. There was the upstairs apartment, where my partner and I stayed along with one roommate. The downstairs apartment his parents lived in, which was also attached to the basement, and they renovated that into a party space where they could host friends and family when they came to visit. That is where the first encounter began. It was the middle of summer, and my partner was inside with some of his family members watching TV in the basement, and I was in the backyard helping prepare some things for dinner. When I went inside to the basement, I heard yelling from both my partner and her other family members. Apparently, a cell phone that had been stored in the purse of another family member went flying out from inside the bag to the other side of the room. As stated in the title, I was and still have a healthy dose of skepticism when it comes to anything related to the paranormal. So naturally, I dismissed the phone as having been on vibrate, and maybe they received a notification which caused it to fall out of the purse. Maybe I should have previously mentioned that my partner's family are pretty big believers, so I figured they were exaggerating at the time. This was the beginning of an assortment of strange events, all of which I was able to dismiss, such as finding pieces of jewelry that I distinctly remember placing in my jewelry box in strange places throughout my apartment. Or like finding necklaces in the kitchen cupboards with our dishware. There were countless times when our cats would stand to attention, and both of their heads would turn, as if watching something pass through the room. Even if they were sleeping, they would suddenly wake and stand to attention, and this would happen every few days or so. Not to mention my partner, roommate, who's a bigger skeptic than myself, and I always had the feeling of being watched ever since moving there. This all came to a head one evening when I was getting ready to shower. I had a sterling silver necklace that I would wear day in and day out. However, whenever I would shower, I would take my necklace off and place it on the back of the toilet. This time, I went to place my necklace on the back of the toilet as always, and it had slipped off the back, and I watched it fall on the floor and land directly behind the toilet. Not wanting to grab the necklace, I decided to leave it there and take my shower. Mind you, the bathroom door was locked, and the cats were inside of the room, so no one was in or out during the time of my showering. Upon getting out of the shower, on the bath mat outside of my tub was my silver necklace, laying in a straight line on the rug, about 4 feet from where it had previously fallen. I came out of the bathroom immediately, and about a half an hour later at dinner, I told my partner and roommate about what had happened. That's when our roommate had told us that a couple of weeks prior, when they were showering, they could have sworn they saw a face looking in from the window in the shower. My roommate was so convinced that they had confronted my partner, thinking that they had been pranking him. But keep in mind, the apartment was on the 2nd story, so there's no way that someone could have had access to that window. Needless to say, we're all firm believers now. Okay, so this morning I woke up to something that scared the living shit out of me. It was around 3 a.m., maybe 3:47 a.m., and I'd woken up strangely. Now I say strangely because after a big night of staying up at 11, usually I'd sleep all night. But for some reason, I woke up to a feeling as if someone was near me or someone was in my presence. And as soon as I woke up, I was staring directly at an old lady who was sitting on my desk. I could see her pretty clear, and she was easy to see with the dim hallway light shining on her. At first, I thought it could have been my chair, because my chair had clothes on it and could look like somebody. But as adrenaline kicked in, I realized she was far from just my chair. She was sitting on my desk. She had gray hair, and it looked as though the hallway light was blue. She had a smile on, and it was quite creepy. It looked as though she had some teeth missing. At first, I thought it could be my mom. She had the exact same nightgown, so I was about to say mom, but I quickly realized that it couldn't have been, as the lady on my desk had darker skin. Usually I have a knife or a gel blaster beside my bed. I was planning on using one, but I realized they weren't there, and I'd left them outside. I thought of everything I could do. I locked eyes with her for at least 1 minute, still smiling. I thought I'd get up and approach her. I did so, and within seconds, she disappeared. It was like as soon as I changed angles, she left. But it couldn't have been that, as I saw her when I was laying down, and then I saw her as I perched up. I don't get scared often, so this was weird for me, but also gave me the creeps. Everything was so perfectly timed. Waking up at 3 a.m., staring into her, the light showing what she looked like, and as I approach her, she disappears. It felt really strange. I live in Australia, and I told my mom about the story. She said it might have been Aboriginal. My mom and dad have had similar experiences in the past, and this is the second time this year that this has happened to me. Last time, I noticed someone on the edge of my bed. I might post that story. If you live in Australia, or you've had similar experiences, it would be good to hear it. Thanks. This one's always been a fun one to tell. My husband does not believe in the paranormal and thinks it's a bunch of nonsense. At this point, we were still early on in our relationship and had been living together for a couple of years. He bought an old house, built in 1929, in a suburb close to the big city we grew up next to. I would often see the shadows move out of the corner of my eyes and started having a sense that our energy was not the only energy there. Nothing too concerning. We had a 120-pound American black lab, so it could easily be her moving through the house. Or we could explain it away that maybe the neighbors backed in and the lights just hit the windows just right. One day, I tell my guy that I saw a small black shadow walk into the laundry room. I was not taken seriously. Has to be some reasonable explanation. I mentioned it because it wasn't an out-of-the-corner-of-the-eye experience this time. The laundry room is in the finished basement. The only windows are glass block windows with a vent, and they're etched foggy. They're 4 by 3 blocks, I think, whatever the standard basement window size is. This part of the basement, the windows face into our backyard. There's no lights coming in from traffic. The houses were built in an apple orchard, so the backyards were long, about half an acre, and an acre between our house and the house that ours backed up to. We had an 8-foot wooded fence along the property line, no outside light source. A few weeks later, we're getting ready to go to the store together. I was finishing some laundry, and he's in the basement finishing up something on the computer that was down there. He asks me to put the dog in her crate while he finishes up. He will be just a minute longer. The crate is in the basement, but behind, to the right of where my guy is sitting. The laundry room door is open. All the lights are off now except for the hall light on the top of the stairs and the PC. I'm now standing at the end of the stairs facing my guy, and he's looking at the computer. Black Shadow Dog walks into the laundry room. My guy. I thought you put her into her crate. Jokingly. Nah, I thought you were going to. He calls the dog. I'm looking at our dog in her crate. Now, he's losing his patience, since there are things in the laundry room he doesn't want her to eat or get into. Can you please get the dog? What dog? Fine, I'll do it. At this point, I ask him to turn around and look in the crate. Looks at the crate, looks back at the computer. You saw it, didn't you? You saw the black shadow go into the laundry room too. It's the only time he ever admitted that he saw something in that house. Now, I don't know much about shadow beings, never really looked into it. We were in this house for 8 years and we had our kids here. Never anything malicious or scary. So this morning around 5 a.m., I woke up to my boyfriend nudging me in the back, trying to wake me up. I remembered him seeming panicked, but don't remember what he was saying. We ended up just going back to sleep. We hadn't really talked about what happened because we were at work and uni, but he just told me about it. He told me that this morning he was woken up by me having a full-on conversation with something whilst leaning on my elbow. I was facing the corner of the room where the closed door was. The door was completely black, and the center was the darkest place in the room. He couldn't make out what I was saying, but he said it was like I was speaking to something. He said he turned around and looked at me. I then turned over and went back to sleep. That's when he started nudging me. He said it really scared him and was the most paranormal thing that's ever happened to him. I've never talked in my sleep before or anything like that. We've slept in the same bed for 2 years, and I've never done anything like this. He said a few things in his sleep before, but he's never sat up and acted like he was having a conversation. But he said I was full on looking at something and talking to it. I have no memory of this at all. In the past year, I've experienced some sleep paralysis. I've seen figures standing in the doorway, so this kind of scares me. My father grew up in the mountain hills of Jalisco, Mexico. During his childhood, they grew up in a small adobe house, and they had to help with work to bring money and food home. One night, after making it home from working with my grandfather, he went to sleep. He was awakened by what he recalls as just a small person that asked him to put on his shoes and follow him. He had something he wanted to give him, but they had to go on a walk to where it was. My father said he put his shoes on and followed the small person through the trees, past a field, a small creek, and arrived at a tree. This little person points at the foot of the tree, tells my father the treasure is there, and it's for him. Where? My father replies.
In the ground. I have a treasure I would like for you to have.
He awoke on his bed mat at home in the morning, confused. He looks over and notices his shoes with some mud. He ends up telling one of his brothers what had happened and that they should go and dig for the treasure. They arrived at the location. The tree stood there, just like in my father's dream. They begin to dig, and after a couple of hours, they're tired and giving up. The dirt is hard, and they dug about 1.5 meters down, maybe a little more. They were around the age of 9 and not that tall, so for them, that hole looked deep. They headed home, disappointed. Around a year passes, and a rancher nearby all of a sudden has become really wealthy. No one around knows from where or how he came into this money, as he was as poor and worked just the same as everyone else in the area. People start telling their own versions of how they believe he came into this money. One of these tales mentions that he came across a treasure. My father, hearing this, remembers his treasure, the one that he never dug up, and he heads over as soon as he gets the chance. To my father's surprise, the hole looked like it had already been dug, and not too long ago. Maybe about 0.5 meter or more than they had dug. If they would have just dug a little further down, that treasure would have been theirs. But of course, then I don't think I would be here. And his life, well, it would have just gone in a totally different direction. Either way, my father's encounter, I think it was some sort of leprechaun. There's a bit of a backstory, but it's important. In February 2015, my sister ended up buying a Ouija board. She bought it from Spencer's Gifts, so it was cheap and plastic. It had a moon and a sun in the top corners, 2 images on the bottom that I really don't remember. She made plans with 2 of her friends, S and D, and myself, to use the board. My mother is a Bible thumper, so we couldn't do it in our house, and we decided to go to S's house, since her parents are open to things like that. We all spent the night at S's house. They wanted to wait to take out the board until 12 a.m., the witching hour. To have a higher chance of making contact with something, I guess. We had a dance party, and we ate a ton of junk food. At about 10:30, we settled down to watch a movie. I fell asleep. At about 11:45 p.m., S stopped the movie, and we started setting up. I was tired from our craziness. We shut off the lights, lit white candles, and got around the board. My sister, S, and I had our hands on the planchette, while D sat next to us with a piece of paper and a pencil to document. She was too scared to use the board. We opened the board and we asked questions, without much luck. We stopped and we talked about what we could do to help move things along. After a while, my sister looked up an app on her phone that would take words that ghosts were saying, or something like that. S thought that it was stupid, but we were going to try anything. The phone was handed off to D to keep an eye on it. We kept talking about how the candles were too bright, or someone wasn't open enough to it. And D said that the phone just said plastic and board, one after the other. We took that as a sign that something may be happening. The moment I put my fingers on the planchette, I started shaking. Dread washed over me so intensely, but I couldn't let go of the planchette. I didn't want to. It took all I had to keep myself from crying. The board started off silent, but all of a sudden it moved to Z, and then Y, and then X. My sister instantly got scared and said, "Move it to goodbye, now." We did, and the feeling was gone, as quickly as it came. My sister explained that if whatever is moving the planchette starts counting down, moving up or down in the alphabet, making figure eights, or moving to the four corners, it's a bad spirit or a demon trying to make the board a portal. We stopped for the night after that. I didn't tell them how I felt. I was worried that they would just think that I was messing with them, that they wouldn't believe me. I had trouble sleeping because I thought that it would come back as I slept. I'd never experienced dread quite like that before. It felt violating. It felt like whatever it was tried to possess my body. I feel that because I was so tired, I was vulnerable to the attack. I'll never play with the board again. It's not a game. It's so real, and it can go very wrong. This year, I'm celebrating my 30th birthday. It's going to be the first time since birth I'm not celebrating this moment with the brave lady who raised me. Same goes for my grandfather. My grandmother died after years and years of suffering. It's a relief, but damn, it hurts. A few hours before her death, the last day I saw her, I slept a few hours to recover from this terrible night. She'd asked for mercy. Well, in my dream, I saw her dead, laying on the bed. Her husband held her and cried. Once I awoke, I immediately sent a message to my companion to tell him about this disturbing picture I've seen a few times. It's since the idea of losing her, it causes me huge anxiety issues. Then, right after this nightmare, I get a call, learning that she passed away as I was peacefully sleeping in my bed. It's been a month since she's been gone now, and I know it's strange, but I totally stopped dreaming about her. This morning, I just woke up in my family's house, and I heard the distinct voice saying, "Hi." It was nice and sweet, and I responded, "Yes?" As my grandfather, who sleeps in his room next to mine, answered, "Yeah?" I asked him if he called me, and he said no. I used to work in a funeral home for years as a counselor. I know grief may lead to hallucinations, but have you ever had a dream about your loved ones who eventually died moments after? Do you think it's pure coincidence? A simple sign of empathy since I felt worried about her? Do you think that I myself talked while I was asleep? I know a lot of my friends have confirmed that I'm a sleep talker. Anyway, that's not the most thrilling experience I witnessed, but I'm curious about these two moments. First, the dream. Secondly, the call. I respect your belief. I'm open-minded, so feel free to share. Take care. I recently decided to make a new start, changed professions, and became a teacher. I moved out to a small town to pay less rent and to eat organic, all of that stuff. I'm in my mid-30s and realized living in a capital city is financial madness. Been here for about a month and a half. My wife and I were living at her parents' house until we moved to a small one-bedroom apartment at the back of a garage. It's pretty sweet. I know that the walk to the school I work at is about 15 minutes, tops. But 2 days ago, I went to walk to work, and it was my first time from this apartment. Given that I'm new to the town, I took out my Google Maps, and I went for it. I had 30 minutes to get there, and as I walked towards it, I saw a route that would be 5 minutes faster. Once I took it, 15 minutes jumped to 20. And then as I walked towards the school, the more time increased. At 27 minutes, I stopped and called an Uber. I was a 15-minute drive from work. Fair enough, it seems like I just got lost, right? Then, talking to the admin lady that follows up with our system for attendance, she told me that she once took a wrong turn here, and it took her 3 hours to find her way back. Not only that, she described the same houses that I did, and how none of us at the school knew what neighborhood that was. In a town that has 3 supermarkets and mostly hardware stores and 2 drive-thrus, it's a bizarre experience. All of the houses were white with nice hedges. It's odd since it's a rural area with houses that look nothing like that. Now, the thing that's got me so weird about it, it makes no sense how a 15-minute walk, I ended up 45 minutes from my house in the next town and more than 30 minutes from work. I walked for 17 minutes. As a young man, I loved climbing mountains. And this is an amazing encounter that happened to me on one climbing expedition. We'd left a hut late one night. The intention was to summit a mountain in a single long push by climbing right through the night. It was bad weather in the middle of winter, and there was deep snow, and we were trying to find our way through a maze of crevasses on a glacier. I remember the howling wind and clouds moving rapidly through the sky as the bulk of the mountain loomed over us. There was a full moon which would hide behind the clouds before emerging again. I remember seeing a man moving up the slope below us. The first thing that struck me was he didn't have a headlamp on. I yelled over the wind at my climbing partner, "Let's go talk to this guy." "What guy?" "That guy." I pointed down at the figure moving towards us. "What guy?" At this point, I remember losing it. "That fucking guy, right there." And at that point, I looked down to see absolutely nothing. Thinking that he had fallen into a crevasse, we walked down, but we never found any tracks. In the years since, I've heard reports of similar encounters in the area. In fact, recently, the bones of a deceased climber from the 1970s were discovered melted out of the ice. And the news reports reminded me of my mysterious climber from that night. In my early 20s, I joined and helped start a motorcycle club here in the Southwest. Our get-togethers started out as weekend rides out to the canyons and out to eat at the casino buffets. As we started to establish ourselves as an actual MC, we began hanging out Thursday nights, and we started to hit up bars and nightclubs after a night ride around town. One of these clubs was known to have ladies' night, where a male dancer would come out and strip down to his underwear for about an hour. After, the dance floor would open up, and that's when we would go back in from the patio area outside. We got well known at that place. One night, as I'm walking out to the patio, sipping on my beer, this older lady pulls me to the side. She looks me up and down, and then she asks if we could sit and talk. I agreed, and we sat outside. She tells me she's friends with one of the girls that's hanging out with one of my boys from the MC. She began to tell me that I have this bright light that walks around with me, a huge angel taking care of me. She said she just had to talk to me. Since I walked into the club, my light made the rest fade into darkness. Out of nowhere, before I can reply to her comments about the light, she says, "Hey, can I read your hand? You see, I'm a witch, but not a bad one. I only do white magic. Why do you think your friend over there has gotten out of so many bad places?" While pointing to an MC member. So, homegirl over here was the side chick of one of the guys. But he'd had it on the low, so we didn't even know. This was the first time he invited her to the club, with all of us hanging out. Looking at her, and then to my beer, I sip the last of it, and I put it down. I give her my hand. Now, I can't recall everything she told me, but there were some things she mentioned that just stuck with me. She told me first that I would be in an accident before the year ended. 3 months. And yes, I got into a small motorcycle accident. The second thing that stuck with me was she saw my future kids and wife. "I see 2 girls and your wife. She has blonde-colored hair. It seems like you know her, or you've crossed paths with her when you were younger." Now, 12+ years later, I'm married to someone that went to my high school, which I don't remember her, but my best friend says that he does. We also have 2 girls. My wife hates this part of my story because she says she has black hair. But when I met her, she was blonde. She just colors her hair every year. The last part I remember of her reading was that I would die of old age. People get mad at me when I mention that, or I joke about it. And look, I've had my fair share of accidents, a couple of them being cars and trucks, and I've counted about 13 motorcycle accidents. People around me can't believe I still walk around. To anyone reading my story, have you ever had your palm read? Have any of the things that they mentioned actually happened? Me and my entire family, including aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, we've encountered odd things throughout our lives. Not sure if it's a ghost, angel, demon, or what we've all separately experienced is something different. I plan on posting them, but I'll start with my experience as a kid. When I was 6 years old, I remember having the same dream every night for months. In the dream, I'd wake up and I'd look under my bed to glowing eyes staring at me. Then I'd be chased by this tall, dark figure. Every kid has nightmares, but what was scary is when I would wake up, I would hear a man whisper my name.
Elizabeth. Elizabeth. Elizabeth.
In my ear. I still honestly remember the voice. It was calm and monotone. I'd get out of bed to look around the house and see who's calling me. And whenever I looked in the kitchen, The clock on the oven always said it was around 3 a.m. Then, I'd make my way to my parents' room and ask if they were calling me, and they obviously weren't, and I'd end up sleeping at their feet. My mom said she remembers me waking them up every night. That's my first experience, and it's kind of creepy, but I never thought it was that deep until I learned so much more about my family members and what they've experienced. It makes me think that maybe the voice wasn't just in my head.